Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, people from all over. Watu wa Kenya wazalendo, karibuni sana kwa hii show yenye show kali, show fiti, show mmekuja kupenda tu sana. Thank you very much for making us number one. Thank you very much for always tuning in to being part of this awesome show that always happens at this hour of the night. Hapa Kenya ndio imetimu tu midaa ya saa 4, sijui kwenyu ni saa ngapi. Zaidi ya yote karibu sana, either ni asubuhi, good morning, kama ni mchana, good afternoon, kama ni jioni, good evening. But zaidi ya yote habari yako, umzima, ubuheri wa afya. Nashukuru Mungu sababu yako. You are the reason why we do this and much more. Thank you very much for choosing this show. We have another one, a great one, a better one. Thank you very much for choosing Afrique as your number one channel for such content. For such content, asante sana kwa kutufanya kuwa nambari moja. Thank you very much. We have just started. Zaidi ya yote ni juze unatazama wapi, ukiwa maeneo gani, na pia kama ndio umeingia fanya vipi, like hii video, tujuze pia hapo kwa comment section where this is finding you. I'm about to tell you so many things today. I have a lot of information to share. I have a lot of clips to play. I have interesting guests who are about to join us. So it's about to get down. So you don't want to miss this one. So this is where you sit down, relax, grab some popcorns and enjoy this show. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'm your host, Jex, the moderator, and this is your show. This is Afrique 24. Karibuni sana. Ndipo tu tumeanza nao tu ndio tumeanza, tujakawia sana, ndio tumeanza na nakukaribisha sana. Karibu sana, jisikie ukiwa place ambayo inakufaa, place fiti, place yako. This is Afrique 24. Now, nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi? Where are you watching this program from? This program is coming courtesy of Afrique TV in conjunction with many other channels that are working together to support Afrique 24. We have Leo TV, we have Leo Facebook, we have Afrique Facebook, we have what do you call this channel? Ni mingi kwa dao. Tuko na True TV, tuko na Afrique Facebook, tuko na Mtembei TV, tuko na Mtembei Facebook. Hizi channels zote ukiona hii show hapo, jua ziko na all the rights to air this. So usifeel ukiwa place misplaced. Hii ni place yako, hii ni place ya wewe kuja na kuwa na time fiti na kuwa na time moja murwa kabisa, tunapoendelea kuchangamua maswala ibuka katika nchi yetu. Right? This is Afrique 24, and of course, as usual, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. Many of you have joined in. Thank you very much. Ni nani wa kwanza leo kulike hii video? Nani wa kwanza kulike hii video? Be the very first one. Nani wa kwanza kucomment? Be the very first one to comment. Comment kwa video, comment kwa hii video, either in Facebook or YouTube, and also like hii video both on Facebook and YouTube. Above all, equally, subscribe to our YouTube channel, right? Subscribe to Afrique 24. And hapa ndipo, hapa umekaribishwa. Hapa tunakupakulia vitu kali, vitu moto, vitu vinavyotokea. Hapa tunakuachilia wewe uingie, uachilie story jinsi unavyoifeel, right? Hapa tukubali mtu kufeel oppressed. Here you are allowed to be at liberty to speak your mind, to speak your heart. We are not a pro-government channel, neither are we a mouthpiece of the opposition. Here we just make a show for ordinary Kenyans, watu wa kawaida, watu kama mimi na wewe, kuzungumza kuhusu maswala yanayowakumba, maswala ambayo yanawafuata, maswala ya mwananchi. Mwananchi ni wewe na mimi. Sisi ndio wananchi. Wakati mambo yanaenda mrama, lazima tuwe na nafasi murwa kama hii ya kuongelelea, ama vipi? Okay, welcome ladies and gentlemen. I see many watching. Asante sana kwa kunitazama. Thank you very much for choosing this show. Let me know where you're watching me from. I see many also sending in their messages. Namuona Leo amefanya ile kitu. Asante sana bwana Leo. Naona Kenya Digital wamefanya ile kitu. Thank you very much. Truth TV pia wametuma ujumbe, asante sana. Good year, I see you, thank you for your comment, asante sana kwa maoni yako, karibu sana. Umesema hi Jakes, hi to you, good year. Where are you watching this from? Let me know unatazama ukiwa wapi. Watu wa mbali karibuni sana wase wa US, welcome to this show. Wase wa UK, wase wa wapi Canada, wase wa Australia, wase wa Germany, wase wote ambao mnatutazama karibuni tu sana. Wase ambao mnasikia hii lugha karibuni tu sana. Wase wa TZ karibuni. Wase ambao mko maeneo ya Uganda, Kampala, karibuni sana. Wase wa hapa mjini karibuni. Watu wa Uganda mko karibuni sana Nilisikia mnatuchongoa wadau. Mlisema ya kwamba kwa jirani hakuna unga hakuna stima na tunaongea tu Kiingereza. Hivyo ndio umeamua kutuenjoy, but ni sawa tu, tunashukuru. Majaliwa Mungu atasaidia Thank you very 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 much, watu wa Tanzania, watu wa Uganda, karibuni sana. Watu wangu wazuri wa hapa Kenya, vipi? Watu wa Busia, watu wa Bungoma, watu wa Butere, watu wa Siaya, watu wa Kisumu Dala, karibuni sana kwa hii show. Namwona Caleb Ndolo wako ndani, anasema great show, thank you my brother, karibuni tu sana. I see many liking the video, kama jinsi ambavyo Jalas Fencing Services amelike hii video. Thank you so much Jalas. Leo TV, asante pia kwa kulike hii video. Like the video, subscribe to Afric 24. Let's keep the conversation going. Wow, I'm so excited about this show. This one ni ile inakopeanga goosebumps. Here ufai kumiss. This one you don't want to miss, wadau. Here we go deeper into issues and matters corruption. Nakwambia hapa hapo utapata vijimambo na mambo vikidiscussiwa. So welcome to this show. Welcome to this great conversation. I have someone I'm about to talk about. I have somebody I'm about to discuss. Not just one person, but several guys. But zaidi ya yote ni juzi, unatazama ukiwa wapi? Let me be flickering these photos for you. Do you know this man? I am sure you do. Do you know this man? I'm sure you do. Do you know this man? I'm sure you certainly do. I am almost certain that you do. Do you know this place? Do you know this place? Umaiona hii place mahali? Okay, I'll be telling you details of where that is. I'll be telling you people who those guys are and why they will feature so loudly in this show. Lakini zaidi ya yote ni juze, uko wapi? Uko wapi mwana Kenya? Uko wapi mtazamaji wangu? Asante sana kwa kufanya hii show kuwa show nambari 1. Thank you very 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 much. This is your show. This is your host. This is the only place we are making things happen. Asanteni tu sana. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Asante sana. Siniwapee tu ikionjo. Not guilty, or rather an acquittal. Matamshi tu ya kotini. I'll be telling you what they mean just now and what impacts they have. Namuona wadau mnasema hiyo place inaitwa Kimwarer. Na mwingine hapa nasema those are the scandals going on. We ama umewaita the scandal gang Ni system ya majambazi. I wish I could be allowed to play that song. You remember the song that made our ears dance to the tune? System ya majambazi, maloya majambazi, wajamaa wa ghetto majambazi, nakwambia ni system ya majambazi, wadau, and that's why we have that great awesome thumbnail for those of us who have logged in through YouTube, and we are calling it the Money Heist edition. Hii ni ile I don't know if you remember La Casa de Papel. La Casa de Papel is one fantastic series that many watched to the very final season, to the very final season finale. Now, wadau, it was an awesome edition where one professor through guys ambao walikuwa wamepewa jina ya capital cities, walipanga mpango ya kuiba several banks and pesa wakapora, and they were able to get away with it without ever being convicted. And probably we have now migrated that show to our very form of life. Of course, we probably don't have a professor, but your guess is as good as mine. Kuna jamaa ni professor wa hizi story. I'll be talking, you'll find the professor in the discussion, eh? Lakini sana 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 wadau, karibuni kwa hii show yenyu ndio hiyo imeanza. We are about to discuss, of course, your guess is right, Kimwarer and Arror. We are about to discuss so many things: corruption, so many matters, corruption. That's what is informing this show. And of course, this is the money heist. Na kuambia wadau, pesa zinaponyoka and no one is held responsible. In any case, I think corruption is not a crime in Kenya. Yeah, corruption is not a crime in Kenya. In any case, this probably should be legalized. Of course, that would be my view. It's not the view of Africa. But hey, why? Jaji ilibidi tu ajitoe kwa ngori kwa sababu the prosecutor aliamua kutohoji mashahidi wanaletwa kwa koti, mashahidi stories zinaisha tu hivyo. Wakiulizwa, do you have a question for your witness, the prosecutor decides not to ask any question. In any case, it was a case that was frustrated. This is a case that was meant to fail, or rather meant to collapse. You remember other cases that collapsed because of witness tampering? You remember the stories of ICC, yeah? That Fatu Bensouda would complain, our witnesses are being tampered with. Eventually, kesi ikavanish. Wah. I'll also be telling you about another case ambao iko karibu kutokota ama imeshatokota, iko karibu tu kutanguliwa. I think in Kiswahili we are almost knowing how the judgment will be. I'll also be telling you of another case that ilihit vichwa vya habari, now what that person was jailed for and how long he was jailed. I'll be telling you about that, but now we are just focusing na wale ambao wameachiliwa. What? Do you know what 63 billion looks like? Ukipanga 10,000 kwa wallet, not just a lot, just 10k kwa wallet. Do you know how you feel? Unaona ka feeling. What if ukiwa umepanga 100k iko tu hapa karibu na mfuko? Ukibeba mita, si karibu tembea na G4S with you. When you walk with 1 million, you almost ask for GSU to escort you so that the security were tight. A millionaire is walking around. What if it's 100 million? I'm sure you'd have the entire army walking with you. I'm almost certain you'd have almost everyone that is in the security force to escort you because you are a millionaire around. You don't want issues, bwana. And of course, wanasemanga pesa mingi haipendi kelele. I'm sure you'll be a quiet person. That is in the form of millions. Now let's talk about billions, wadau, because in Kenya right now, we no longer talk about millions. We don't even think millionaires are anything to brag about. If you're a millionaire, keep quiet around, or keep quiet. Huku nje kuna watu wako na pesa za kutesa. Right? Hey, we are talking about billionaires. We are talking about people who have mastered the art of running or stealing, but hiding in plain sight. Stealing and never be caught, never stand justice, never return the money. People who have mastered the art. People who are now professors, yeah? Just like in that show of La Casa de Papel. People who have mastered the art, right, of stealing. They know how, they have crafted the way. They know, they prepare, they plan. They know where to steal, how to hide the loot that even if you bring any agency, the loot will never be found. And even when it's found, it will never be in its figures. If it was a billion, wataikuta in form of millions and not anything close to a billion wadau. They know how to. They know how to. They have gone through the art, through the process, through the stages. They have graduated and perfected and mastered the art, of course, of thieving public coffers. These are billionaires, not your ordinary millionaires. These are billionaires. These are people who will tell you to your face, you know what? I can buy you. I can buy, naweza kukubai. I can buy you Wadao, eh? So we have a great one lined up for you. So this is a show you don't want to miss. I will be playing a lot of clips. I'll be taking you back in the days, Wadao, when all this madness began. I'll be showing you how this case has evolved from being a very serious case, from being a case that robbed the country, that whipped emotions, that made many angry, only for its climax to be an anticlimax, only for its ending to be so sad. Kenyans again have been robbed. Now we are talking of an acquittal story. Someone has been acquitted. The money is not there. Whether 7, 21, or 63, or whatever number, it's in billions. That money has not been brought back. Wah. Nakwambia, you need to sit down and enjoy this show. Karibu sana wadau, karibu sana wadau. I purpose to really give you one awesome edition. Thank you very much. I see Zuru Kenya wako ndani, umesema wasee wa Tanzania mumejaja. Watu Tanzania mlituambia hatuna unga, tuko kwa giza na tunabonga tu kizungu. Wadau manze, mnachoma kabisa, but ni sawa, tutashukuru. Zaidi ya yote, karibuni sana watu wa TZ, watu wa Uganda, watu wa Rwanda, popote mnatutazama, karibuni sana. This is your show, this is your host, right? Can I begin the show now? Do I begin? I think now you are charged to watch this show. But let me know hapo kwa comment section where this is finding you, right? We begin this show discussing a matter that began several years back. It began with Kibaki regime. They brought the brainchild. Raila Odinga and the team and Kibaki sat down and saw that they can construct a dam, not one but two. They saw they can harness some water that flows freely in two rivers or several rivers, Uko Kerio Valley and Elgeyo Marakwet, right? And they felt if we can create dams, of course, they sat down with experts, and with these experts, they came up with a figure. Then it was around 5 billion. 5B. Of course, the dream, they were the dreamers, but a dream at times never dies. So those who came after them, the Jubilee government, took charge. And Jubilee chose to run with this dream, just like it ran with other dreams like SGR. It chose also as well to run with these dreams and chose now to venture deeply into this project called dams, right? So matenda zikaanza kutafutwa hapa kule. Kuna wale waliangukia wakapata the tenders. I'll be telling you the companies just in a while. And then eventually some money allegedly ikapeanwa ama ikakuwa deposited ama ikakuwa lended, and of course kuna culprits hapo ndani. So something that was 5 billion when it was a dream jumped to several billions in the next regime. And the first time we heard about it, we heard it's around 21 billion that was in question. But the DP, who is now the current president, the good professor that he is, he has done his PhD, should now be called a professor. The professor, not the one for money heist, the professor William Ruto, the president currently, chose to defend the Storo. So he said it wasn't 21B, but 7B, right? So I'll be playing most of these things so that you are able to understand. You are able to understand how comes money was lost, right? And what was the role of one guy by the name Henry Rotich. I'll be showing you who Henry Rotich is and what his role was and why he was in the dock. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I have some sad news for you. Despite the money not being refunded, we even don't know what really is the status of that case, right? Despite all that case being mad with a lot of darkness and controversy, we have no idea what happened to our money. The people who we thought were responsible, the courts acquitted them. Wow. And finally, we are here. This one man is a free man tonight. This one man is a free man tonight. This man, the DPP, took him to court. This man facilitated the arrest and all. But now this man is a free man tonight. This man, despite the billions, this man is walking toll free. Despite the charges, the allegations, this man has been acquitted. This is Africa 24 and this
na
is the
nanga na habari za hivi punde zaidi ambapo zinatuarifu kuwa aliyekuwa waziri wa fedha Henry Rotich yuko huru. Mahakama imesema kuwa hakuna ushahidi wowote uliowasilishwa wa kuwahusisha Rotich na watu wengine 8 na ukiukaji wa sheria ya uagizaji kuhusiana na ujenzi wa bwawa ama mabwawa ya Aror na Kimwarer. Rotich na washtakiwa wenzake wameondolewa lawama zozote kuhusiana na sakata ya shilingi bilioni 63 ya ujenzi wa mabwawa hayo. Na sasa tunaungana na mwanahabari wetu wa masuala ya mahakama Zuya Walter kwa habari hizo. Zuya, kama unatupata, hali hiyo ama kikao hicho kimekuwa namna gani, na waziri mwenyewe je, amepata kusema na wanahabari na amesemaje kuambatana na kuondolewa mashtaka ya Aror na Kimwarer?
Rotich pamoja na washtakiwa wengine 8 wameweza kupewa zawadi ya Krismasi ya mapema, kwani mahakama ikiongozwa na hakimu Mutu ameweza kuondelea mashtaka katika kesi hiyo. Na ni kwamba Hassan Mugambi, washtakiwa hao walishtakiwa kwanza mwaka 2019 na imekuwa miaka 6 kufikia sasa kwa hao kuja mahakamani na kutoka. Kwa mara kadhaa wamekuja mahakamani wakiambiwa kwamba hakuna mashahidi. Na itakumbuka kwamba ni mapema mwaka huu ambapo kuna zaidi ya washtakiwa ama wale ambao walikuwa wanafaa kutoa ushahidi katika kesi hii waliweza kufika mahakamani, lakini upande wa mashtaka uliweza kusema kwamba hawana maswali ya kuweza kuuliza. Itakumbuka kwamba wakati wa kwanza kesi hii ilikuwa inaongozwa na Ali Twai ambaye alikuwa amesema kwamba wana ushahidi wa kutosha kuonyesha kwamba ama kudhibitisha kwamba washtakiwa hao wote waliweza kuharibu mali ya umma ambayo ilikuwa bilioni 63 kutumia vibaya katika ujenzi wa mabwawa haya mawili ya Aror na Kimwarer. Lakini tulipofika mapema mwaka huu tukaweza kuona kwamba upande wa mashtaka unaweza kulegeza kwamba kulegeza kamba ukisema kwamba hawana maswali ya kuuliza. Hivyo basi hakimu Mutu akitoa uamuzi wake ameweza kushtumu afisi ya DDP ikisema kwamba haijaridhishwa na vile waliendesha kesi hiyo, kwa kwamba ni kana kwamba walikuwa na mpango wa kuweza wasiweze kuendeleza kesi hii na kujua ukweli, kwani kwanza kabisa walikuwa wamesema kwamba wana ushahidi wa kutosha. Kwa hivyo mahakama ilikuwa inajiuliza iweje sasa wawe na mashahidi 49 wanakuja mahakamani na punde tu wanaposimama kizimbani kutoa ushahidi wanasema hawana maswali. Kwa hivyo Hassan Mugambi, mahakama imeweza kusema kwamba katika mashtaka yote ambayo ilikuwa 30 hawana ushahidi, hakuna ushahidi ulioweza kutolewa kuonyesha kwamba kweli hawa wana hatia. Itakumbuka kwamba leo ilikuwa ni siku ya kujua mbichi au mbichi na mbivu, kujua iwapo watu 9 hawa je wana kesi ya kujibu au la. Lakini kufikia sasa ni kwamba wote 8 wameweza kuachiliwa, mahakama ikisema kwamba ikiweza kulaumu upande wa afisi ya mkurugenzi wa mashtaka ya umma kwa kutoweza kuendesha kesi hii mpaka mwisho. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa wameweza kutoa ile cash bail ama zile makaratasi au certificate zao za mashamba walikuwa wameweza kutoa mahakamani. Zote mahakama imeweza kusema kwamba warudishiwe, na tutajua ikiwa wataweza kufika mahakamani kuweza kupinga zaidi ama kutaka kulipwa kwa kuweza kufikishwa mahakamani bila ushahidi. Kwa hivyo ni kesi ambayo haijaishia hapa, manake wakili Philip Nyachoti pamoja na Kioko Philipumi ambao walikuwa wanaongoza ama walikuwa wanaweza kuwatetea wateja wao, wamesema kwamba wataangalia kwa ndani wajue iwapo watafika katika mahakama kuu kwa jambo lolote lile au la. Vile vile waziri ameweza kushtumu wale, yeye amesema kwamba yeye aliweza kufikishwa mahakamani na watu ambao hawakuwa wanamtakia mema. Kwa hivyo amesema kwake shetani ni mrongo, na akasema sana ameshukuru mahakama. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa ni kwamba wote 8 wameachiliwa huru na wamepewa zawadi ya Krismasi ya mapema. Hassan Mugambi.
Naam, shukran sana Zuia Walter, na bila shaka Zuia Walter atakuwa ni mwenye kutucha.
Okay, so this man is a free man. He's walking tall. Now let's go back a bit. Now, sometimes back in 2019, this case broke the news headlines. This man, together with many, were linked to the loss of billions. The billions in questions the figure at times was shifting. One moment it was 21. The next time, depending from who you are listening to, it would drop to 7 billion, right? And now in the court, what they were charged with was around 63 billion, thereabout. Now, the Kimwarer and Arror dams, these were flagship programs or projects from the government that aimed to help generate power and, of course, as well provide water to the great people of Elgeyo Marakwet, right? Now, with time, some companies were given this project. And of course, the government, through the Kerio Valley Authority, that is KVDA, initiated this program. This project, rather, was initiated by that institution, of course, the Kerio Valley Development Authority. They were the ones sorely spearheading all this. Now, after some time, in 2019, it was revealed that there was, of course, significant financial irregularities in the allocation and, of course, disbursement of funds for these dams. Of course, it was alleged that the cost was inflated. You remember Raila Odinga with Mwai Kibaki had suggested that this dream that they had would cost the taxpayer or anyone who would wish to fund this project around 5 billion. Yeah, but with time it was inflated. The prices were super inflated, and after it was super inflated in 2019, it was revealed that there was, of course, a significant financial irregularities that occurred, and of course in the allocation of the tender, and as well in the commensurate of the project. Now, some funds were released for this project, and it was alleged that, of course, there was inflated cost, and of course, fraudulent payment had occurred. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where this is where many Kenyans began hearing about the Aror and Kimwarer. It became so synonymous that we almost at times linked the DP because of how at times he came out to defend the case. he was linked with it, and each time, even during his campaign, this is a case that used to flip here and there. Now, Kenyans truly waited for an outcome that would shock them. Why? Probably we felt this was the case that will bring the end to privilege of our money, to the loss of public coffers in terms of the money inside it. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this man tonight stands a free man. He's free despite the billions missing. Of course, early this year, Aror and Kimwarer Dam zilirejea katika construction, or rather hiyo story tena ilirudi. I don't know how far the story is gone or has gone in terms of has the project begun? Has the funder who chose to fund this, has he given more money? What is the role of the government now? Now that Rotich has been acquitted, will he be employed back? Will he come back to office? Because we have seen this happening. You remember Churchill was acquitted in the Chicken Gate scandal, or rather, the EACC dropped some charges against him. Now he is a CS. Rotich as well, his case has been dropped. Will we see him back? You remember Engineer Kamau? That list of shame included Rotich and Akina Engineer Kamau. Some of these guys already have found something to do, or they have been appointed in some areas. Rotich ndio amebaki kwa mataa. Yeah? Nakumbuka wa Rio, ule jamaa alikuwa ameenda Rio Olympics and some money zikapotea potea na akashtakiwa na akalipishwa pesa tu kidogo, like a slap on the wrist. Will we see them back? Will we see an appointment of Rotich now that he's free from these charges into very prestigious positions? I don't know, but that is what is informing our discussion tonight. In Kenya, you steal billions. In Kenya, you are linked to billions of shillings in form of scandals. But what baffles me is that the one who steals a chicken might be jailed for life, but the one who steals in billions might be given a slap on the wrist. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the guys in our jails today may be described as petty offenders, but billionaires who didn't become billionaires through sweat, tears, and blood are walking free. The courts are unable to jail these people because why? The prosecutor, the DDP, are not doing their job. And even if they are doing their job, they are not doing it thoroughly to the level of having a conviction. This man was promoted. This man once testified that some of the cases he took to court were coerced cases. This man one time said that he took so many cases, including that of the DP. You remember DP na story zake za 200 million zenye zilikuwa zimekuwa frozen? You remember kina Sonko and the likes? He said some of these cases alikuwa anazipeleka kotini kwa sababu ya kuwa coerced, kuwa pushed na kuwa threatened. So his hands were tied. Now for here Rotich, maybe ilikuwa imeadvance sana. So how did they play out this one? They chose not to ask questions to the witnesses. As you are going to hear, during the court case, some guys who were supposed to act as witnesses, some who would have maybe created a solid evidence, or rather who would have created a case that the judge couldn't have resisted and maybe leading to the conviction of the CS, the former CS in question. These people at times were never asked any question. One of the most prominent persons who was acting as a witness was none other than Peter Munya. Peter Munya appears in court, and the DPP asked no question. One time the case is delayed because the new DPP was not sworn in office. So this is a case that one has dragged over time. 6 years and I think some months or even 7 thereabout. It's a case in making. It's a case that has taken time. It's a case Kenyans waited for. But man, despite these offices being independent, despite these offices having security of tenure, despite these offices being well established in our constitution to defend and protect us wananchi against such scrupulous and heinous acts of human and economic crimes. Unfortunately, when these cases hit our, or rather find themselves in court, they just are hot stories, very hot. They just make very interesting news. They create breaking news, but they have no conclusion. These are stories that never have an ending. And ladies and gentlemen, our court said that the DPP kind of somehow frustrated this case. Now, my problem is not even the frustration. My problem is what happens to the money? Okay, now you have allowed him to walk free. What happens to the billions? These billions, ladies and gentlemen, are what we pay in form of our taxes. Even if probably they were incurred in form of loans and all, eventually, somehow, now the debts that we talk about, the debts that we owe many, that is what we are paying back. But the people who took this money and used it in ways they alone can explain are walking scotch free.
National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Henry Rotich and 8 other co-accused persons have been acquitted in 63 billion shillings Aror and Kimwarer graft case. While delivering her ruling, Magistrate Eunice Nyutu said there was no evidence adduced to show that the former CS and the co-accused persons failed to adhere to procurement laws. But the magistrate also cited the prosecution for dereliction duty after failing to cross-examine witnesses they had lined up. Only 8 out of 49 witnesses testified. She further indicated that after the testimony of the 8th witness, the prosecution claimed to have received strong instructions to end the case. She also told of the prosecution for wasting judicial time when it was clear they did not want to pursue the matter.
I'm further guided by the decision of Justice Sifuna in civil suit E044 of 2022. I find that there is need to check the unfortunate and reckless habit of the ODPP commencing proceedings which they have no intention of pursuing to its logical conclusion. Such conduct is an affront to the administration of justice and a waste of precious judicial time. It is an insult to the dignity of the court and all the stakeholders involved in the criminal justice system. Indeed, as Justice Sifuna held, such officers from the Office of Director of Public Prosecution should be personally held liable for any compensatory damages arising out of suits filed by aggrieved persons against the government. As such, I hereby order that this ruling shall be placed before the Attorney General and the National Council of Administrative Justice with a view of sparking conversation on legal reforms on this issue. In the meantime, all the accused persons herein are hereby acquitted under Section 210 of the CPC. They are hereby acquitted under Section 210 of the Criminal Procedure Code due to lack of evidence as a result of the reckless dereliction of duty by the prosecution.
No amount of lies, poison, and everything is survived. So I think the devil has been ashamed. I believe we remain permanently ashamed. Those who skew this evil work. Thank you very much. I'll give a more detailed reaction to this.
Do you know the sad part? The DPP brings 41 witnesses, 49 thereabout. One refuses to bring all of them during the case or the trial. And then some, he chooses, those who appear, he chooses not to question them. So even if wewe ungekuwa judge, how do you even rule on such case? Someone has brought you a case, the witnesses don't want to speak, or rather they are willing to speak, but the accuser, who is the DPP, of course, a case has the accused and the accuser. Inakuwa na pande mbili ya mashtaka, or rather wakushtaki na wakushtakiwa. Sasa yule mshtaki ambaye ni DPP has nothing to say. Has nothing to say. Amekuja kotini, amekuletea mshukiwa. So wewe kama judge, figure it out. Do you want to arrest? Do you want to jail this person as a judge? What do? You acquit. So Rotich is acquitted. Not because this case was not a serious case. It is. But our DPP chose to sit back, relax, and enjoy, and allow the tape to roll without any involvement. And even if there was any involvement, very minute. Hence, we are asking you, is this a cover-up? Was he acting under orders from someone so as to not continue with the case? Now, we are looking at this whole issue in so many angles. The DPP is an independent body. This is an institution that takes no command from any authority, or rather, they have no one above them to direct what they do. Of course, they work interdependently and independently with other institutions, but they wanakaa kama IEBC, they work on their own. So the DPP, together with the DCI, they ought to correlate their work so well that once a matter is in court, the DCI has provided evidence. The DPP is well versed with the knowledge of this case to argue it so strongly to bring justice, because that's the work we as Kenyans pay them to do. Remember, each case that goes like this, you, Mwananchi, you and me, we are the ones eventually who lose. Why? These people will continue drawing salaries. The DPP has not left office. The DCI hasn't left office. The money in question, billions for that matter, has not been refunded. And of course, the culprit, the accused, walks free in our streets. And very soon, you can quote me, might get an appointment in some office. This is Africa 24. We are about to discuss this and many other matters. I'm joined with none other than Leo Nyabaya, together with many who are joining us. Now, to join us, it's not difficult. There is a link coming your way through the comment section, whether you're on Facebook, whether you're on YouTube, whether you are on Facebook and YouTube, whether you're on Leo TV, whether you're on Africa 24, either both YouTube and Facebook, Mtembei TV, YouTube, whether you're on any of those platforms, your link ambayo inaingia hapo kwa message, your link ambayo inaingia hapo kwa comment section, hiyo ndio link unatap. Ukitap hiyo link inakupeleka moja kwa moja hadi place inaitwa StreamYard. Wakati unafika StreamYard, what do? Unawasha mic, unawasha camera, unaandika jina. You have to write a name so that it can be able to sync well, and then you click enter na voila, unajikuta unakuwa ndani ya show. Karibu sana, great to have you, great to see you, great for us to have you in this great discussion we are about to have. Leo ni Friday, kwa hivyo we have a lot to discuss and we in fact have time on our end. Leo Nyabaya, vipi? Habari leo kaka brother?
Salama Jack, niko salama kabisa, labda wewe?
Mimi niko mzima, buheri wa afya, nashukuru Mungu anasaidia. Kaka brother, inakaa kana kwamba Kenya unaweza pora mabilioni na utembee tu ukiwa salama. lakini ukipora kuku utafungwa maisha. Billionaires are not criminals. You just need to know how much you steal for you to be safe. So what do you think? Kesi imeisha tu hivyo, kesi ilikuwa
nchi yetu,
aha,
ndio hali yenye tuko nayo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Wewe ukiiba mayai utafungwa na upelekwe gerezani, lakini ukiiba kuku pamoja na nyumba ya kuku basi utaponyoka, hautaweza kuhukumiwa. It's really sad day in the country that the ruling has been made at a critical moment when, if I was the magistrate or the judge, I would not have made such kind of a ruling. You know very well that right now, maybe a week ago, it is just because our media has been so occupied by some political headlines, but it's a matter of fact that there are people who are still drowning, and there are people who are still losing property because of the rainfall that has been experienced in the country. And it's also sad that after this rainfall that has killed people and have led to loss of property will finally stop. We still have people who will die of hunger simply because of drought. But the items in question, the Aror and the Kimwarer Dam, ought to have been a solution to such kind of things, because the dams are meant to, they are reservoirs that will always reserve water, so that when it rains heavily, this water doesn't cause damage to properties or death. Instead, the water is stored safely in the dams and will be used in future when there is no rainfall. So it's sad that a ruling is made that there is about 65 billion that was meant to construct dams that would have saved people from being drowned, and would also have saved people from losing life, die to drought and lack of water. And the dams were never built. The money was spent, and the court is vividly telling you that there was no evidence. Yes, the money got lost, the money was misappropriated, but we don't have evidence to prove or to connect the people or who stole the money with the case. So it's really sad, and that is what is happening in this country. People don't care. Before you steal something, you need to know your background or who you associate with. And you, when we talk of the Henry Rotich, I think, being the cabinet secretary from the treasury, this is somebody that Uhuru Kenyatta inherited in the Ministry of Finance when Uhuru Kenyatta was the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. That is when he came close to Henry Rotich. And Henry Rotich was introduced to the government by the former president, Daniel Rotich and Moi. So they worked close with William Ruto. These are the same people. I was telling you, when somebody tells you the people we are having in the government currently have been in this government longer than anybody else. So these are the same people who work together. Remember, you've also been...
so they have learned the ropes. They know how to hide in places.
Actually, he was the director of the Kenya Commercial Bank Limited, that is KCB. He was the director of the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. He was also the director of the Telecom Kenya, where he worked alongside this guy that we were discussing yesterday called Davis Chirchir. And this guy, it's really funny that the guy was born in Kimwarer. So now a dam that is supposed to help people from his backyard, you comfortably take this money, misuse it, then you celebrate that the court has said there's no evidence. That is how inhuman somebody can be. He was, had it been somebody who was born maybe somewhere in Busia, taking money belonging to people Kimwarer, then at least it would make, it won't make sense, but it will be at least moderate. But this somebody who was born in Kimwarer. He knows the problem the people of Kimwarer are experiencing. He knows that right now it is raining, people are dying, but after the rainfall, people will still die because of hunger, because the place is dry. The cows or the cattle there will not be able to get maybe some water, but he goes ahead to do this and celebrate. So that one tells you how inhuman people can be, and the people we call leaders are indeed not leaders. They are people who are looking for something that is going to benefit them. So it is really sad. We can only pray to the people of Kimwarer that may the good Lord open their eyes, so that when it comes to a time that they can make decision, and the only moment Kenyans make decision is on the ballot. That is the only power that they have. So when such a time reaches, then they should be able to see beyond the people who've been fronted to them by their associate kingpins and the political brokers, but they'll be able to make decisions based on who stands for their interest. It's really a sad day. We are not celebrating, but I
Okay,
know
but
people
Leo,
are
let me
going to
ask.
celebrate.
Let me ask you, Bwana Leo. You see, it's one thing to wait for the ballot, which is a constitutional right. But again, the constitution as well guarantees that criminals should be charged, and anything that they are privileged in terms of stealing or any proceeds of corruption ought to be refunded back to the Mwananchi in terms of it should come back to our coffers, you know. When money is lost and we only wait for elections to punish these guys or make a change, we are only introducing more criminals, you know, because if each time I know the worst that can happen is I can lose, the only thing that will happen to me is losing my seat, you know. I can be a member of parliament, I can be a CS, I can be anything, a leader in mradi tu niko na uwezo wa access tenders, because most of these scandals are in the tendering processes, you know. Hata ukirudi nyuma in all those scandals utakuta tu kuna mahali katenda kalikuwa, right? Now mradi tu nijue how to escape with the money, so it doesn't really matter. So when you tell us this evening that the people of Elgeyo Marakwet ought to wait till when there's an election to really have their voices heard, don't you think you are seriously draining the little hope they had? Because probably what we should be encouraging is to have courts that really seek for advocate for justice and even delivers justice. We should have a DPP who delivers justice, who takes to court, cases to court when he has all the evidence, all the facts with him, so these cases don't collapse. So before we tie our corrupt guys with an election or with the elective post or with the appointive post that they occupy, don't you think we ought to begin also talking about these institutions that some of them enjoy security of tenure, some of them are independent, some of them should not answer to any call from the president or any one person. They should act independently and make sure they deliver to Mwananchi. Should we not ask these officers to come out and shine and make Kenyans proud that we have a constitution, we have institutions that work for us? Don't you think so?
I think maybe unless you're living in a different country, we know we are having the courts. You know, the same constitution outlaws what is called a mob justice. So maybe unless you want us to tell the people of Kimwarer to practice some mob justice, because this ruling was made by a court of law. No, I'm just trying to tell you that the ruling was made by a court of law, and the judiciary is the one that is normally supposed to interpret and maybe declare people, confirm guilt in people or prove people to be innocent. So that is the only hope that people have. So if the only hope that they have is the one that has confirmed otherwise, then you know Kenyans have got nothing to do. So the only weapon they remain with is that sovereignty or the sovereign power, because if the judiciary has failed them, the executive has failed them, the legislature is failing them, what do you think they're having? Apart from that, when you looked at during Uhuru Kenyatta's regime, there was this scandal called the Chicken Gate scandal, whereby we had Davis Chirchir as the commissioner of IEC, Oswago, and this lawyer Nyaudi, where they got involved in some scandal with the Smith Osman in the printing of the election materials. So this amount of money was recovered, and about 520 million was recovered and was returned back to the EACC. And we saw Uhuru Kenyatta receiving the money, and it was put into use. But what happened when you people elected William Ruto? What was the first thing that you saw happening? The first thing that you saw happening is somebody called Rigathi Gachagua getting back his money that was taken by EACC because it was suspected have been gotten in an illegal way. So there are two different people that you're dealing with. We are having two different executives. So the first executive that we are having is the executive that is returning money back to the thieves, and the other executive that we had was an executive that was picking money from the thieves. So you cannot tell me that I'm maybe taking away the hope that these guys are having. These guys are not having any hope. The hope that they had already been deemed by the court with some incompetent prosecutors and some incompetent judiciary. We have to call it out. That's an incompetent judiciary. I do listen to Senior Counsel Ahmed Nasir, and he being among the lawyers who've always been suspected to be a beneficiary of incompetence in judiciary. He currently is really calling out the judiciary, saying that we don't have a judiciary. What we are having is just a puppet. They are not doing any kind of justice. So Kenyans are only remaining with one power, that is the sovereign power that they can only exercise during elections. And because they don't know how to use their power under the Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution, which when you start using, they'll accuse you of committing some economical crimes and destroying people's businesses through what.
But let me ask you, Leo. Let me ask you, Mwananchi doesn't just have one power as far as the Constitution is concerned. In that, yes, that power in Article 37 to picket is one, but there are so many others, including the right to a fair hearing. This was not a fair hearing, right? This wasn't a fair hearing. This is
those
a
are not
situation
powers,
where the
Jakes.
DDP, yeah.
You are confusing. They are rights and their powers. You know, you're right. You cannot equate a right to a power. They have right to a fair hearing. But do you have some?
What's the difference between the two?
No, power is that thing that you can be able, like you have got the ability. Yeah, like if I say it's my power, it is within me. I'm the one who can exercise it at my own will. But this right that you're telling me depends on another person. If that person doesn't give you fair hearing, what are you going to do? Then you have to use your power.
No,
So you're having the right to fair hearing.
So that I get you correctly, I know there is what we call your right. I know there is what we call a privilege. I know there is what we call what you are guaranteed to have in terms of what is your irreducible minimum in as far as you being Leo is concerned, and how far the Constitution goes and deals with you. Number one, you have a right to a fair hearing, and fair hearing means is that one, you're presumed innocent until proven guilty in a competent court of law. That's your right. No one can take that away from you.
But
Number
in this
two,
case,
you
it's
have
a
the right
different
to
thing.
picket. Just one moment. That equally is your right. But now here is a situation where you have someone that is fully charged with the role of prosecuting people, with the role of gathering evidence. Of course, through the DCI, they ought to work in sync. They ought to work together in order that when a case is brought to court, that one, there is evidence, the witnesses are not tampered with, that the criminal does not walk scot-free. Now, those are rights of
Okay. Now listen. In this case, what is happening is this: the right to fair hearing belongs to somebody who's been accused or somebody who's taken another one to court. So in this case, the person who had the right to a fair hearing is how do you call him? Is Rotich. He's the one who was taken to court, so he had the right to fair hearing. So
a case has two sides: the accused and the accuser.
I've not finished.
The accuser here are the people of Kenya. Just
no,
one
you
moment.
are wrong.
I'll
explain to you.
Listen,
people of Kenya did not take the case to court.
Just one moment. Who does the DPP work for?
So that is why I want to tell you.
Listen,
if the DPP DPP is working for the people. So let me tell you.
Very
if
good.
The DPP is not complaining.
Just one moment. Yeah. Which money is in question? It's the money meant to serve the people of Kenya.
So the people of Kenya did not file a case.
the evidence here in question is money meant to serve the people of Kenya, right? Are we together up to that point? Now, the person who is going to advocate on behalf of the people, or rather to speak on our behalf, because all of us cannot be DPPs, all of us cannot go to defend our money. Someone has to do it. Someone has been given that office.
So
Someone
now
has
that is
that
what I want to explain to you. You
now,
know why the case
please
failed?
help me and our
The case
viewers.
failed.
Help me and
I'll
our
help
viewers
you understand it.
understand. Just one moment. Help me and
The
our
case
viewers to
failed.
understand. Just one moment. Help me and our viewers to understand this. That we were not robbed the chance of a fair hearing. The fair hearing here is not only for the accused. It's equally on us Kenyans. You needed this case to go to its rightful conclusion. Because if you say the only person who mattered in this case was Rotich, then I don't think that is proper. But anyway, maybe you could convince us that it's only Rotich who ought to have gotten a fair hearing. The people of Kenya ought not to have received
Okay.
a fair hearing, given in case that this money belonged to them. This is money meant for us Kenyans, but it's money that we can't have it back. It's gone forever. It's money that the DPP maybe might never have an opportunity to ask for it or even to question those who are responsible for its privilege and all. And eventually, this money is lost. The DPP, as much as, and here is where I agree with the judge. The judge says it's a shame to the criminal justice. It's a shame to justice because justice in this case was not served because someone somewhere failed to do their due diligence to do their work.
So
So
that is
tell
why I
me,
want to tell you this.
how is this
Listen,
case? How is this case a fair
listen.
case?
The case was between the director of public prosecution and the guy you call Roticha. So here
And eight others.
you don't need to blame Rotich and the accused. Actually, they did not even struggle to defend themselves because
Correct.
the DPP who took the case there did not prove the case. The
Correct.
DPP did not supply the court with the evidence. So in this
Correct.
case, you only talk of unfair hearing. Unfair hearing can be fair or unfair based on the judge's action. So if you say the hearing was unfair, it means you're blaming the magistrate or the judiciary. But in this case,
You are
the
blaming the
citizens,
whole process.
not the whole process. The whole process involves you and the person you've accused. So you and the person you've accused cannot make the judgment fair. So the only person who is supposed to make the judgment fair is the magistrate after listening to both sides. But in this case, I have accused you of stealing my pen. Then I have failed to prove that you've stolen my pen. So I cannot say that the case was unfair. I can blame myself. So in this case, who is blaming himself? The DPP. Who was the DPP representing? The citizens. So the citizens are supposed to blame themselves through the DPP. And that is why I told you that the DPP who is paid by the citizens, who is representing the citizens, is somebody who's compromised. And this thing was done intentionally. Are you together? It was done intentionally so that the case can fail. It is not that the DPP was unable to maybe argue a case, but they just did it intentionally. They did not want to assist. So in that case, we the citizens, not unless we decide now to gather our own evidence and file a case with our own lawyers, something that they did not do, then we provide the evidence and prove everything, then we are not going to be helped. So the only thing that can help us is the only direct help that we have is on the ballot.
Okay.
That is the only thing. But if you cannot
help me
access on the
correlate.
ballot, yeah.
We are in this together, so help me not to lose your chain of thought as well. Help me understand how you now want to correlate this case and the elections. How would you wish? How are you joining these two?
Elections, I know Kenyan Revolutionary have joined, and I know he's somebody who is so radical enough that will tell you that we don't need to wait for 5 years, we can do something right now. Then again, he's the same person who, when you tell people to go for mandamano so that we do something right now, he will tell you that that one is wrong, is going to destroy people's property. So this is what I mean. we are in this country, people have got power, but we've never wanted to use this power. We have power to recall the elected leaders, actually. We have power to tell my MP to go and impeach the president. Are you together? Because the president has got power. He's the one who is appointing the DPP and all these kind of things. So he has got the power to come and tell them that you guys, if you cannot be able to prove just a mere case, then you don't have any business to be there. And how can we push the president? We cannot go to the DPP. We don't appoint the DPP. We need to push the president. So we have power.
But then again, before you forget that as much as the president appoints or recommends and proposes it to parliament, the person I voted for, my MP, vetted these guys. These guys are vetted in parliament.
So vetting is just a formality. They cannot vet somebody from the moon. They will vet the people who've been appointed by the president.
Just one moment. It's my MP actually who causes this problem. Given that if my MP vets incompetence, what you were discussing yesterday, very thoroughly, and I loved the show. If the MP vets incompetence, garbage in, as they normally say in the computer world, definitely will be garbage out. If you bring people who don't have the guts, the muscle to push for justice, what do you expect?
That is why I told you, your MP will only vet the people that have been proposed to them. I remember we also have the Public Service Committee. So we are in Kenya. The MPs, you know very well, are not independent. And our constitution, even in parliament, we have somebody called the whip. To whip is to make you think in a specific, think and act in a specific way. If you as Jex thought that Kenya Rebellion should be vetted, maybe to become the director of public prosecution, and somebody thinks that Kenya Rebellion akipewa hiyo kazi atakaza sana, they don't want them, then that is the role of the whip. For example, the majority whip, that is the role of the Silvana Sosoro. Atakuja awaweke chini and they tell you something called party position. That is what is happening in our country. So that is the root cause of everything. So as citizens, once we've given our power to these MPs, not that we lose it, we can be able to recall it. But I have to tell you that we are living in a country of 50 million people who, with the majority who are cowards. They are cowards in that. They know very well that the constitution allows them today. Jex, I say, MP, I'm recalling that power, but they don't want to do it. I don't know. It is because of lack. It is because of ignorance, or people are just naturally cowards. Or I also blame. Sometimes I blame the Western culture, the Western civilization, and the Western religion that taught us that we need to be humble, that we need to respect leaders, that leaders come from God, that we cannot oppose things that are coming from God. And that is why I do blame the Western religion, actually. I know some of you might not agree with me, but they taught us some bad manners so that we can be able to kneel down and worship stupidity and fail maybe to tell them. Because if you today wake up and tell the president that, you see, this is wrong, your pastor will summon you and tell you that, you know, the Bible says this, that leadership comes from God, that Jesus obeyed the authority, that you also need to obey the authority. So such kind of nonsense are the reason why Africa, we are living in some shithole economic environment, simply because of some stupid civilization and some stupid religion that was sold to us, that made us to start thinking in a way that somebody wanted us to think into. So let me stop there and allow others also to contribute, as I also welcome our viewers. I can see somebody, Brenda, karibu sana. I see so many people are watching, and I also need to encourage them to join us na watupatie stories zao na watupatie mawaidha, how we can be able to deal with this ruthless government.
Okay, one boy Jacob says that no evidence, but where is the money? Good question. I see good here. You are saying that it baffles me why it's not guilty, why it wasn't a guilty verdict, and among many other sentiments coming from our viewers. And as well, thank you for liking the video and also being part of this great conversation. I'm here with me, Bwana Leo and Bwana Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel at times comes by the name Japolo, by the name Potiphar's, is it Potiphar's Maximus? But by the end of the day, he is the one that makes us laugh at times because of his Halloween.
Jex, as you welcome Japolo, you know, Japolo is somebody from heaven. It's a Luo. Japolo is somebody from heaven. And it is a term that is used by, when the Western religion came, Africans bought it. Then in the middle, they realized that there's some kind of nonsense that was trying to degrade the African culture and trying to tell them that African culture that we lived with centuries before we knew them was really bad. So they started to rebel. That is why he got his name Revolution. So in rebelling, they picked some aspects of the Western religion and mixed with the African tradition. That is when he is a Potiphar. If you go to his church, it's called Legio Maria. You'll find that they mix the Luo culture and some Western names and some Western things, and they have some things called Juogi. He will tell us. That's why he makes a lot of noise here.
Okay. I hope he's not taking any of those. But anyway, welcome so much, Bwana Kenya Rebel. And it's good. In this show, lazima kwanza tunakuchambua kidogo before we give you the mic. But zaidi ya yote, it's good to see you. Great to have you. How are you, my brother?
I'm good, Jax. It's nice to see you. I like your shirt. It looks bright and good. Leo habari hapo. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Just about my name, it was J-A-H. Jah. For those who listen to reggae music, Jah means God. Polo in Luo means heaven. So God in heaven. But Leo mistook me for a Legio Maria. So
that dressing code, bring that kanzu here and ask.
But when you come with your Halloween outfit, what do you expect, my brother?
No, he had a rosary and a purple kanzu.
It was his Halloween outfit.
Catholic priests dress the same way. Why don't you call them Jopolo or whatever the case?
But your shirt has some degree of swagger. What do you expect us to call you? It has nothing to do with priesthood from where we sit. But anyway, good to see you. We are discussing the Kimwarer and Arror dam acquittal, and the courts have done it again. It has been acquittal after acquittal. Murder cases have been acquitted.
Yes.
Corruption cases have been acquitted. DPP has not done thorough his duties to really present cases in court that go to its fair conclusion. People are walking free, literally. You steal billions, you walk free. But still 10 shillings, my friend, they will come to you under the tree. So what do you make? Okay, let me just first get your opening sentiments even before I engage you in questions. What do you make of all this?
I'll start with the question because I just saw the headline. Who is this man that was acquitted? What was he acquitted of? Jax, help me with that
Kimwarer guy. You don't know this guy, Kimwarer guy wrote it?
No, I know there was a scandal about Kimwarer Dam, but what were they accusing him of doing? Misappropriating money or what?
Misappropriation of inflating the cost of embezzling, of course receiving payment for the project that many said it didn't begin. They received money to begin a project which they never did. Eventually the money was lost, the contractor was never on site, and billions were looted.
Okay, thank you. Can you please remove that picture so I can? He scares me.
He should really scare you.
Okay,
but go ahead.
So okay, they went to court and the court says there's not enough evidence, if I read that correctly. Now, Jake, I want to take you to the role of a Senate. I think it's in Article 96, 3. It says the Senate determines the allocation of national revenue among counties as provided in Article 217 and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. So Kimwarer is in some county somewhere. Which county? I don't know.
Elgeyo Marakwet.
Elgeyo Marakwet. Who's the Elgeyo Marakwet senator?
Someone by the name, I think, is it Hirali? Someone, I'll get the name just now. It used to be Mulkomen. before he was given a cabinet position.
Murkomen is a rock star nowadays. He's wearing Gucci every day and posting picture. Let's not even get to Murkomen.
Murkomen is doing that thing, or Murkomen is doing that thing. But that I'll be projecting what you have asked, the role of the Senate, even as I get for you the current senator of Elgeyo Marakwet. Yeah, but go ahead.
Somebody asked a good question. He asked, he or she asked, where did the money go then if there's not enough evidence? DPP came there and said they don't have enough evidence. Where was the money spent on? Because the money was given to the senator, right? I mean, to the county, right?
The senator currently is William Kipsang.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But the county, was it governor or whatever the case is? The money was allocated to this county for that Kimwarer Dam to be built, correct?
This wasn't how it was built. This wasn't a county
done through the Ministry of Irrigation and Water, something like that.
Just one more.
Okay.
It was a
Can you say that one more time? Because I didn't hear you were speaking at the same time. One person, please.
Go ahead, Leo.
I'm saying that the project was a national government project, and it was done, I think, through the Ministry of Irrigation, something like that. And the money was coming directly from the Treasury, and that is why Rotich, who was the CS Treasury, was held capable. And the only thing that he said, I remember him getting quoted, he said that it is not his role as the CS Treasury to supervise how money is being used in projects. His role is to approve, but not to do a follow-up. That is what he said.
Okay, it still doesn't negate from the fact. What is the role of senator? Can Dex read it for me? I think it's Article 96.
And the senator by then was Kipchumba Murkomen was the senator by the time that the scandal happened.
No,
who also happened to be coming from the same place.
Okay, so not only Murkomen, we can even start from the senator now for the people of Kimwarer who live in that area. The senator now should bring that matter to the Senate. The Senate is supposed to oversight and look at where money is being spent. If the money leaves the treasury and goes to whatever project, because remember, that is their job. They should look at where this money is going. Wafuatilie every dollar. So that's where the investigation should start before even we get to DPP. DPP, of course, Leo made a good point by saying DPP are not doing a thorough job on a weak case in front of the judge in order for it to be dismissed. That might be the case, because after I watched the Mike Sonko case drop, I knew our justice, I knew before that our justice system is not all the way there. But I'm saying this, somebody posed that good question saying, where did the money go? Okay, this guy might say he did not misappropriate money or whatever the case is. Follow the money. Yes. The Senate participates in oversight of state officers by considering and determining any resolution to, not only that, you're reading something else. Or you're reading the last one. Can you read the 3 one? The 3, True TV, whoever is typing there. The 3, just the one before that. The one that says the Senate determines the allocation of revenue among counties as provided in Article 217 and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. So even if it's coming from the national government to the county, even if it's a national project, okay? Remember a few weeks ago, Jakes, when there was the Senate participant. I was looking for. No. It's the one before that. You are reading 4. There's the one. Role of the Senate, Article 96. Yes, that one. The Senate determines the allocation of national revenue among counties, right? As provided in Article 217 and exercise oversight of a national revenue allocation to the county. So the money came from national government. Either way, whether it's the government project or whatever project, it came from the treasury. Senate should be able to tell us, follow the money and say, okay, $1 million went to this for paying these lorries that were carrying cement from A to B. $1 million went to this, whatever, from what. They should be able to get that information, okay? And that is the work of the Senate.
Just one moment. If I understand this part correctly,
yes,
this is where they debate the county allocation fund. This is where you remember that time they had a heated debate. Ile enzi Akin Kangata, where they were saying some funds, some counties will be losing funds. This is where the Senate comes in. But as much as Senate investigates, Senate has no power to arrest or jailed. This matter eventually has to be thrown to court. The prosecuting organ is the DPP's office, the one solely in charge to prosecute issues in court is the DPP's office. Now, here is a case that now it is in that stage of the court. It's before a competent judge, a competent DPP in quotes, and of course the defense team. The defense team is ready for the prosecution to bring its case. The defense is ready to argue their case. Of course, to disapprove what the DPP will bring. Now, when this case began, if maybe I can take you back, it had 41 witnesses, what the DPP had suggested. Unfortunately, during the case, only 8 appeared. And out of the 8, some were never asked any question by the DPP. He has brought them to court. He refused to ask a question. He refused to indulge them in court and really seek to find out their side of the story, their role, or what they know concerning the case in front of the courts. Now, unfortunately, this case was thrown out because, according to the judge, the DPP was the reason why this court was thrown out. Why? No proper evidence was adduced. The witnesses were either tampered with, and those who even appeared before court were not proper questioned. For example, one of the witnesses was former CS, Peter Munya. Peter Munya appears in court, no question is asked. And that day is gone like that. We postponed this case. One time they even told the court that this case cannot proceed because we are waiting for the appointment or rather for the new DPP, because of course there was change in the DPP's office. We are waiting for the DPP's office, for the one who has been appointed, to be sworn in. So the case ikashinde kikuwa postponed until by the time who new DPP ameingia, the case was frustrated beyond it progressing to any level. So what does the judge do? The judge dismisses the case. Of course, amesema she will be recommending this, or rather she'll be seeking some, of course, legal advice from the Attorney General and all. But look at this. The DPP is a very independent office. The DPP does not answer to anyone. But the DPP somehow seem to have been working with somebody. Yeah. And this matter has just vanished like that. The billions in questions, we are talking about 63 billion, have vanished without a trace. We have no culprit. We have no one to answer to crimes, economic crimes like these ones. The money is gone. We have no suspects. We have nobody. The one we thought maybe would act as a sample or as a funzo kwa wengine kama wenye tabia kama hiyo, ndio huyo ameachiliwa. So that's why we're asking ourselves, is it a crime?
Okay.
Was it a crime in the first place? Was it a cover-up? Now, this billion lost, will we ever recover it? And has our I'm actually reading now the heading, and has our DPP failed? Because, as you have rightfully said, we have seen cases collapse. You remember the Sonko's case. It just went like that. Aisha Juma's case, it just went like that. The DP's case went like that, among many other cases that either failed because of lack of evidence. Now we ask ourselves, so if they didn't have evidence, why were they arresting them in the first place? If they didn't have evidence, why did they take them to court? What were they seeking in the courts? So we waste time in our courts. We waste resources in our courts because each hearing has some charges attached to it. So money has been lost. one, through the corruption dealings, and two, through these court processes. Because Kwanza Aror Kimwarer took 6 years. So from where you sit, Kenya Rebel, of course, I've really talked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a competent DPP? Let's start from there then.
No. That's why I'm saying you can have it in another angle. That's why I use the Senate. I would be like, if I was the current senator, bring the matter to the Senate. The Senate has the power to actually bring the previous senator, Murkomen, that gentleman that was accused, whoever dealt with the money that came from the national government. Okay? Every hand that was exchanged, hiyo pesa ilitoka kwa county ya national government treasury, pale ilifika, and how it was used. The Senate should track all that. They have the power to summon those people to come to the Senate and answer those questions. Now, at a point where the Senate suspects that a criminal offense happened, that's where the DPP comes in and the EACC, whatever the case. That's where they should take over. So I'm saying the Senate can help by tracking, because the Senate kazi yao ni kuangalia hiyo pesa ya serikali ilienda wapi, ilitumiwa aje, umepelewa bilioni sijui ngapi. Let me just use the number 100 billion, okay? Umepewa 100 billion. They should ask Murkomen, the senator at that time, and that gentleman, those people who are somehow got a hold of that money, they should ask them to give them a breakdown of how that money was used from every shilling, okay? Which the Constitution was the mandate of the ODPP is derived from the Article 157 of the Constitution. 2 is to institute and to undertake the prosecution of criminal matters and order. Yes, but anyway, like I say, the senators should request, not even request, demand, okay, from these people who receive this money from the national government, give us a breakdown of how this 100 billion that we gave you, how it was used. Now, once these guys are summoned and give their renewal to the Senate, okay? If the Senate see they're not satisfied, if they cannot answer for that, that is enough. That is enough reason. It gives grounds for a suspicion of crime, and that's where whether it's ODPP, EACC, whatever the case comes in, because those are the ones who come in when there's a suspicion of criminal activity, comes in and now investigate further to see if what crime happened there, where was that money, wanaangalia their bank accounts, all that, whatever. And that's the same thing Senate can do. They can say, okay, you're saying this money came here, can you tell us where you transferred it for? Who did you pay? Where's the receipt? Okay? Then if there's a criminal organization, that's when you bring these guys to do that. That's what I'm saying. That's how we can go over it in another angle, not just depending on DPP. But you're right, the DPP is probably compromised. That's why this case keep on, but we can use the senators can use this. People of Kimwarer, if they are really annoyed about this, they can use their senators, force their senators to summon these people to come and give an account of how that billions was spent. That's the point I wanted to make.
Just hold on there. I'll be coming to you just now. Leo, even as you're coming in, I have this question for you. Reading
even
this
before you ask the question,
you'll
ask the question later. I just want to bring you a different angle that you people are not seeing. Because if you look at this scandal of the Kimwarer and Arror, it's there are 2 dams that were budgeted for, and one of the conditions was that these guys were supposed to pay some insurance. You normally pay for those people who do contracts. I think you normally pay some insurance, whereby if I complete the project and you're not able to pay, then the insurance will be able to pay me. So the money that is in question.
Sorry, Leo, can you say that one more time? Sorry.
They were supposed to pay some insurance. They were supposed to insure the project with some overseas insurance companies, so that in case the company that was awarded that tender completed the project, but the government did not pay, then the insurance will cover the payment. So these guys went ahead to pay two offshore, I think, insurance companies some money. They over budgeted this insurance money. Then apart from doing that, the project was also cancelled. They paid for the insurance. They insured the project, but nothing was done on the ground. There was no project undertaken. Insurance imelipwa, pesa imeenda, lakini dam haijachimbwa. So this is where the problem was. And I remember at some point when Ruto, the deputy president by then, tried to say that he confirmed that indeed the money was lost, but the only disagreement he had is that the amount that was being discussed is not the amount that was lost. And maybe if you allow me, maybe to take you through like what happened in this case, because according to the DPP, they were saying that there were some commercial contracts that were signed between the KVDA and the CMC, that company, that stated that Kimwarer Dam will cost about US dollars 204,000. Was it 204 million, something like that, while Aror would cost 252. Then the National Treasury negotiated a commercial facility, increasing the amount to approximately 63 billion, which was 17 billion more than the necessary required amount. And in this, I think that is when Rotich, who was the CS Treasury, approved the payment of the insurance. So they insured this project, but nothing happened. So we lost that money for the insurance. Then later, the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, cancelled the Kimwarer and approved the Aror one, but at a reduced amount. So we have to look at it in two ways. Was it some conspiracy that these people in government, Uhuru Kenyatta included, I know Kenya Rebel, you are now happy because I'm now vindicated. I'm now including Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta included. Was it intentional that they wanted to take public money? Because why do you insure something, then it fails, then you say, okay, we are now cancelling this. And you know, cancelling means your pesa insurance ilikunywa maji. Ume-cancel, contractor talipo, umeshanipatia contract alako ume-cancel, kuna hizo damages, which the contractors, I think they had a case against the country, waliweka case kotini so that they be compensated because mulituambia tunatengeneza dam na mume-cancel contract yetu, so we need to be compensated. So they cancelled that, then they reduced the amount in the other dam. So I don't know if somebody is seeing what I'm also seeing. This thing was just a game. These guys know. So Uhuru alikuwa anajua, Ruto pia alikuwa anajua what they were doing. And
yeah, Leo,
just one moment. Allow us to get some more into what Leo has raised. By listening to this, is not a long clip, and we'll be able to. I'll be able to have you back, and as well, I still have a question for Leo, even as we continue. Let's look at this, what the president, the DP,
Rotich and other senior officials over the Aror and Kimwarer Dam scandal puts Deputy President William Ruto in a very awkward position. The DP has been vocal on the matter, accusing the DPP and the DCI of witch hunting as investigations dragged on. He is one of those highly charged statements made by the country's second in command.
We've heard, for example, that the government has lost 21 billion in Kimwarer and I don't know, Aror Dam, which is a flat lie. The money in question is about 7 billion. And for every coin that has been paid, we have a bank guarantee. No money will be lost because we are a responsible government. We have engaged every arm of government to make sure that public resources are safe, and therefore the correct information must be used as we target the fight against corruption so that we can nail the true culprits. Sometimes when we say 9 billion has been lost, and then when it goes to court, it is 100 million. The public is asking, what happened to 8.1 billion? So we shoot ourselves in the foot.
Okay, that's the president. The president was trying to defend the former CS then. That he was actually the DP.
then you think there will be a case for the former CS to answer when people like Tuge, who are accused with him, is the financial advisor of the president currently.
Exactly my question, and exactly why we have that thumbnail. You know, we have called it Money Heist, and Money Heist is a very interesting series where we have a professor who hides in plain sight. He's the mastermind of all this and hides in plain sight and has mastered a way. Even when his guys are caught, he has ways of helping them escape the hands of the law. Now, enough of the La Casa de Papel. Now, let me come back to you. Now, do I come back to Leo or Kenyaribe? Kenyaribe, let me come to you first. This case has been in court for like 6 years now. The DPP had this matter. The DPP ought to have made sure this case, even if it was to end up in an acquittal, but one of the role, and I think I projected that, of course, the question I wanted to ask Leo, but let me ask you. One of the role of the DPP is to make sure that he avoids abuse of legal processes. The judge, in her judgment, accused him of not playing his role, of not really doing proper justice to this court, to that case, and the case had to be thrown out. This DPP failed to administer justice to the people of Kenya because the people of Kenya had issues with the scandal. Money was questioned, what happened to it, but the DPP chose to play a zonto with that case. So from where you sit, this DPP and the previous one, Nurdin Haji, now that Rotich is free, should we ask that the court should charge them for failing to execute their duties that they have been mandated to do by the Constitution?
You can ask for them to be removed. I think the National Assembly is the only one who can remove them, or the president firing them, because they are appointed and they have to be vetted, right? Because DPP is an independent position. That's why I was saying I came in and started to use the Senate, because the Senate will point the finger and Nikama, you are putting light in the darkness. So when the DPP comes, when they come into this case, they already know there's a good case here of a possible criminal activity. Okay? So they can't back away and bring flimsy evidence in front of the judge. And you do that by following where the money is before you even have them criminally paraded in front of the courts. The Senate follow the money. It doesn't matter if it's 90 billion, 9 shillings, or 5 shillings. Go follow the money. If they can't provide that, okay, then these guys, the DPP, it will be a case of them misappropriating money. Remember, let me take you back. There was a few months ago, I think there was a motion that came in the Senate that somebody brought that motion in the Senate, if they could audit the debts that were undertaken during the previous regime. And among all people, Kimani Ichung'wah, with his friends, knowledge is like vaccines, protects you from the dangers. Yeah, Kimani Ichung'wah rejected this, shut it down among his friends in Kenya Kwanza, saying, no, we cannot audit that debt. Because remember, somebody, I think it was Ikia Mtato, somebody said that most of the loans we took, borrowed from the previous regimes, were illegal. That's a classic example of how the Senate works, okay? These guys, let's say the senator for that Kimwarer area, should be in the forefront asking questions. Where did this money go, okay? And demand to follow up. Who was responsible? Whose bank accounts did it go? That's where we can get these criminals. Yes, the Senate cannot take these people to jail. They can just expose this guy and find out where this money went. And if they don't have the questions, bring in the police, the DPP, the prosecutor, whatever, and bring these criminal charges in front of a judge where these people can be prosecuted. But the problem is this is not happening. So nothing will happen. We'll go to the next, we'll roll over to the next scandal, and which will be the same thing.
Okay. ladies and gentlemen, probably asking why are we discussing the DPP? Because the DPP was highly mentioned by the judge. The judge almost said, I'm dropping this case, or I'm acquitting the accused because of the DPP. The DPP has refused to do this case properly. Now, listen to, I loved how NTV was able to analyze this. So we'll listen to it even as we continue.
And on Senlag interpretation tonight, we have David Agondoa, I believe. Flora Atieno, I beg your pardon. Now, could sloppiness on the part of the Director of Public Prosecutions be a risk costing Kenyans a whopping 63 billion shillings? Well, trial magistrate Eunice Nyuto in the Aror Kimwarer Dams graft case has blamed the collapse of the case on a choreographed prosecution-led acquittal of former National Treasury CS Henry Rotich and 8 others. Note, the magistrate did not say the suspects were not guilty, but there was deliberate effort by the prosecution to present a weak case. NTV Sydney Chazima opens our broadcast tonight.
Former Treasury CS Henry Rotich was first charged in 2019 alongside more than 20 other co-accused officials over their alleged involvement in the 63 billion shilling Aror and Kimwarer Dam scandal. The prosecution that time exuded confidence that it had sufficient evidence to lock down the case. But on this day,
all the accused persons herein are hereby acquitted under Section 210 of the CPC. They are hereby acquitted under Section 210 of the Criminal Procedure Code due to lack of evidence as a result of the reckless dereliction of duty by the prosecution.
This case against former CS Rotich commenced in 2019 when the CS, together with about 30 others, were charged for alleged conspiracy to defraud the government over $500 million through the unlawful initiation and entering into construction, financing, and insurance agreements for the development of Aror and Kimwarer dams. But when the proceedings into the case began, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions discharged a total of 24 witnesses out of an initial 32 summoned to testify against Rotich and his co-accused. In another instance, the ODPP failed to question its own witnesses, a move Magistrate Nyuto adjudged to be premeditated.
The prosecution called a total of 49 witnesses. In a strange twist of events, out of the 49 prosecution witnesses, the prosecution only led evidence from 8 witnesses. The rest of the witnesses, numbering to 41, took to the witness stand, were sworn, and thereafter the prosecution declined to examine them, claiming that they did not have questions for this witness. This would appear to be a carefully choreographed prosecution-led acquittal.
The Anti-Corruption Court relied on evidence from 8 witnesses only out of 49.
The prosecution was no longer interested in prosecuting the case. They informed the court that they had firm instructions not to proceed. As such, this court only relied on the evidence of 8 witnesses.
Rotich and the 8 co-accused, including David Kimosop, William Kipkemboi Maina, Paul Kipkoech Serem, Francis Chepkonga, Titus Murithi, and Geoffrey Mwangi, are now without blemish.
No amount of lies, poison, and everything could survive. So I think the devil has been ashamed, and I believe they remain permanently ashamed.
Over a year now, President William Ruto, while fielding questions during the 2022 presidential candidates debate, appeared to insinuate that the Aror and Kimwarer Dam case was full of mischief.
This person, today you're being charged, tomorrow, no, remove this person, the next day, remove this person, the next day, change the charges, because somebody is actually waiting for another government to come and carry the shit.
I find that there is need to check the unfortunate and reckless habit of the ODPP commencing proceedings which they have no intention of pursuing to its logical conclusion. Such conduct is an affront to the administration of justice and a waste of precious judicial time. It is an insult to the dignity of the court and all the stakeholders involved in the criminal justice system.
The Anti-Corruption Court now wants the ODPP and those who bungled the case to be held liable for any damages that may arise from litigants suing the government. The latest turn of events may have given the Kenya Kwanza administration a greener light to proceed with plans to resume the construction of the scandal-ridden dams, following a directive from President William Ruto. Sydney Chaz.
Now, I think now you're up to speed, Bwana Kenya Rebel. But there are so many things that the judge said. Let me come to you, Bwana Leo. The judge said, truly, if the DPP has no intention to see a case go to its rightful conclusion, why bother bringing the cases? You know, why waste the precious time of the court resources and cause so much anxiety in the country with some cases that he knows that won't go far, and then only to not continue with the case, not to ask questions. You know, why go to the courts?
No, the good thing is that even the magistrate or the judge knows very well that it is not a criminal offense to take a weak case in court. The courts exist to interpret and solve some disputes. So if I take you to court today that you've stolen my chicken, then when we go there, then I'm asked to prove that you've stolen the chicken and maybe to bring some witnesses. Then I fail to maybe interrogate the witnesses. So it doesn't, I can't be sued that, okay, you brought a case that was, the only thing that can happen is that I'm going to lose the case. And if I lose the case, I have to pay the cost of the litigation. So that is the worst that can happen. So the worst that can happen to the DPP if they present a weak case is that they can be told to foot the charges of the case because of, when these cases are there, there is some cost that is incurred to. But you cannot maybe take them maybe to court and now you want to accuse them that, okay, you brought a weak case, now you have to hukumiwe, sijupe. There's nothing like that. So the only thing is you bring a weak case, then the magistrate will say that, okay, you are going to foot the charges of the litigation. That is the only thing that can happen. But if you've just had this thing, everything is politics. Politics is what is destroying everything. You've had there the president himself saying that these cases were politically instigated. I, at one point, had more comments saying that, Uhuru Kenyatta just cancelled these Kimwarer and Aror dams intentionally so that he can be able to punish William Ruto. So what do you think? Even you, where you are seated, did you even have a thought that this is a case that is going to be concluded in a manner that they are going to say that what happened was wrong, money was lost, this money should be returned? It wasn't going to happen in that way. Look at those people who are accused in this case. Most of them were already set free. And the former PS Tuge, who was, I think, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Treasury, is currently the President William Ruto's economic advisor. So these are the people that you still think that their cases are going to be. Actually, it was obvious that the case was going to be dropped. So what we can pray is that if the dam can, maybe the construction of the dam can be resumed, that is the better part of it. The money that was lost already was lost. We know very well the insurance was paid and money was lost. These are the first money that is lost in this country. So what we can pray, the mistake that we do as a Kenya is we keep on crying of milk that has already been spilled. We keep on wasting a lot of time complaining of the evils that Uhuru Kenyatta did. We keep on complaining of how Kenyatta destroyed the economy. We keep on complaining of how Moi did Moi did this, instead of thinking of how we can make things change. So by the time the 10 years of William Ruto is going to end, or the 5 years, or the 3 years is going to end, you'll find that he's done nothing. He wasted time complaining of, you see, Uhuru would have done this. So the only thing that we can do what Kibaki tried to do. He tried to correct the mistakes by doing the right thing. You don't correct the mistakes by mentioning them each and every time. You correct the mistake by doing the right thing. So if William Ruto can go ahead and build the Aror and Kimwarer dam, I'm telling you, nobody will even remember that there was once a case that there was money that was lost. But if he will also tell us, you see, this money was lost, Aror, and we still see the Aror and Kimwarer Dam in the same state, then that one is really bad. But if that money was lost, but he can go ahead and correct by ordering that, okay, let that dam building be resumed and the things be corrected, then we will forget about these evil things and we will remember that, okay, we are having Kimwarer and Aror Dam. If you can fix the economy, then we will not even remember that, you see, Uhuru Kenyatta aliharibu economy. We will remember that William Ruto alijenga economy. But telling us what Uhuru Kenyatta did without doing anything positive to cover it is like ndani ya shimo na badala ya kutoka we bado unazidi kuchimba tu. Hii shimo ilichimbwa na Uhuru ukiingia pale. So that's the only thing that I can say.
Now, Bwana Kenyaribel, I want to come to you. I don't know if it applies in Kenya, but I think it's a practice in law, of course, in jurisprudence. There's what we call double jeopardy, that once you have been acquitted of a certain crime, you cannot be charged on the same crime again. So Rotich can never be charged on this crime because he has already been acquitted. I think it's called double jeopardy when it comes to procedural defense. Do you think, as much as the judge gave this ruling, Badwali create a shield for Rotich because it's like he cannot be accused of this crime again?
I think he can. I don't know if you have it in Kenya, but what I would say is this. If the judge himself is saying DPP, whatever the name is, the prosecutor, unaleta case without actually defensive primary common law jurisdiction that prevents accused person from being tried. Anyway, I'm saying this. If the evidence that the DPP brought is so bad, so weak, to a point where the judge is saying, the judge was the lady that was reading that stuff, Cindy. To a point where the judge is saying, this thing is like, Wali, it was orchestrated to let these people go free. Okay? Yeah. That's how bad this is. Now, what I would expect is an outrage. The way we are outraged here in Mutembe, the people of Kenya should be outraged to a point where the National Assembly, whether it's Senate and MPs, should be up in arms and saying, let's get rid of this DPP. There's no way we can have a case like this where you come up with a case that's so weak that the judge is even looking at it and saying, "Ini mambo gani?" You see what I'm saying, Nani? Okay? Because we have to have an independent DPP where it looks at this thing. So that's why I keep on saying it takes a village to have a democracy, just like it takes a village to raise a kid. We people, we are outraged, we are out here tunasema huyo mtu amekimbia na pesa. Okay, the case he just got away with it. Then we have our senators and MPs who should be monitoring where this money is, and we should demand that this DPP resign and the president get a new, truly independent renewal, and we can look at that case again by the Senate following where the money is. That's our role, how we can play that role, okay? Because without that, we shall only have this, we are DPP, we are the same one. He'll just sit there, and the next case, if you are involved in some scandal where you are connected to the president, they'll orchestrate the same thing, and he'll come with a frivolous evidence which cannot hold water, and it shall lose again. So we have to get rid of this DPP.
No, but Kenya, just to help you, it is not that this is not the end of the case. Once the case, somebody has been acquitted, it depends which level of judiciary. It is not a Supreme Court. So if somebody can get enough evidence and prove or maybe provide some strong case, you can still go back to court and connect him, and the hearing will be done. So being acquitted doesn't mean that he wasn't declared innocent.
I never said it was the end of it.
No, I'm just telling the judge that it is not the end of it, because the judge did not say that he's innocent.
What the judge did not say he's guilty. She will be seeking some more insight from the Attorney General.
The judge,
I was asking this question. Now, if we had another DPP, right, who chose to pursue this case, what avenues would he use? Because this was an acquitted you know, an acquittal based on lack of evidence or lack of proper proper work from the DPP, right? So even if DPP akuje, in any case, she
So
has
they
cited,
will have a fresh case, not the same case.
she has cited in her ruling that I'm ruling this way because you have refused to do your work. You have refused to ask witnesses questions. You have refused to provide evidence. You have just chose to fold arms and allow the case to flow. In any case, she has said that it is the DPP who has pushed the case to be an acquittal, right? She blames him or rather in the judgment. Now, if the DPP, because he's the one constitutionally charged to you know, to take someone to court, rather to, he speaks for the public to
Brings the
prosecute
charges to the court.
Exactly. How will he repackage that? Whether this DPP current one or another one, I agree with you, it can be brought back, but how would it go by? In which court will this case be filed? Because a court
A
wants
new case, you file a new case. No, that thing
but not
simply means
same,
you cannot have a continuation of the same
very
case.
good,
You know, that
same
case,
case.
you cannot appeal it, but you can come up with a new case. A new
Not same
case
case.
with different evidence, new witnesses and such like. Yeah, it's not that you are going to say that, okay, I'm appealing the same case and with the case number and everything. You just come up with a new case. So it is possible. But in this country, with the level of the kind of the case, the interest that has been invested in that case, forget about it. It is not going to happen. There's no DPP who is going to bring it back. Actually, in Kenya, if you're having a corruption case, the moment it gets dropped, that is the end of it, and everybody prays that it gets dropped. So one day when you'll stand and say that this person was blah blah, even the president will tell you, simulienda koti na koti lisema hivi na hivi. So actually, that is the end of it. So don't think it will come. Don't even try to imagine of somebody thinking of bringing it back. It will not come. So the only thing is that we should learn that moving forward, when we have such cases, we need people who are going to do some due diligence and ensure they present cases that are going to maybe change. But with this kind of case, it will not come. This is a case that the president is himself is an interested party. From the beginning, you saw him as a deputy president saying that hii ni siasa, wanasema bilioni 20 imepotea, lakini ni bilioni 7 peke yake imepotea. And he said, as a responsible government, that was 2019, Kenya Rebel, William Ruto was part of the responsible government. Then in 2023, William Ruto is telling us that he was not in government. There was handshake government. That one is a discussion.
Wait. I can't wait. I can't let you get away with this. You cannot say that the president had... Hold on. No, Jakes. No. You cannot say that the president had it was an interested party in this case. He had nothing to do with Kimwarer. He was just, in his view, he was saying that, in his view, okay? Because legally, what ties him in with that Kimwarer, did he have a company that received that money? Because that's when we can say that he had an interest in this. So
how did you know it was 7 billion lost instead of 21 billion?
That's his observation. That's a good question. Ask him that, but that's his observation. No, listen. No, that's not interest.
He has answered that question. He has answered that question.
Who?
He says that this is what he said. I think it was during a devolution meeting where Raila Odinga had asked him about that question. And this is what he answered by saying, I think I'll be playing that just now. He said this: I know because I am in this government. I know what we are doing.
Responsible government, 2019.
That's one moment before the sarcastic part. He said that I know what happens in the government. It doesn't happen without my knowledge. So as I'm speaking from what I know. That's what he was trying to explain. That's why he was justifying that it wasn't 21 but 7. And even he said that the 7 wasn't even lost, that it can be accounted for. So what had come to his attention at that particular time, since he was in government, was 7 billion. So he was just saying that the media or people were overdoing or overplaying or over exaggerating the figures. And that's why he was saying, how comes leo tunasema ni 21, tukienda kotini inakuwa charged as 7 or as 8. what happens to the other figures. So that's what he was trying to explain. Not that I'm defending him. I'm just because you have asked.
Thank you for making it clear, because Leo is saying is an interested issue. He's just making it clear that, like he said, and anasema maybe ikifika kotini tukasema, that does not mean that he had a hand in his pot in the pot in this.
And then again,
hold on.
Before I hold on, he talked of 7, but what was in court was 63. So in any case, the egg was on his face. He gave a smaller figure. What was in court was 63 billion.
Who brought that 63 billion in the court?
The DPP.
Okay, and what did the judge say?
The DPP failed to.
Listen. So that makes his point, because if you go to court, the prosecutor can only come with the evidence that he gathered. The judge looks at the evidence and says, I'll acquit this case because what you're bringing here is not even worth prosecuting anyone. It's not enough. Which makes Ruto's point that figure. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Kenya kama maandamano aseme kitu pia.
Karibu sana ma'am, good to see you. I hope you're well. Zaidi yote karibu kwa hii show. We are discussing a lot and I know you have been listening behind the scenes. Umeona ukiwa na shida kidogo ya network, lakini karibu sana, naona nimekubali. Let me ask you this, even as you participate na kuingilia zile tumeongelea, and even as you join in. When we say we are fighting corruption, is it just a statement we throw to the masses, but we are never serious about fighting corruption? If such a scandal like Kimwarer can just go like that with no person going to jail about it and money being lost like that, are we ever serious when we say we are fighting corruption as a country, as a government, as any institution, the DPP, the DCI, the courts? Are we ever serious in the fight against corruption? But all in all, karibu sana, good to see you, mama.
Thank you, Jex, Leo, na huyu mwenzangu ambaye hatupendezani lakini ako. Yes. Nimewasikiza na Wakenya pahali popote mko na wasalimia. Nimewasikiza na nimesikia hiyo mambo ambayo ilinizusha roho yangu kabisa, nikasikia uchungu. Kwa sababu hawa watu vile walisema ati hakuna material, it is not materializing the information that they got that this guy did wrong, that is a Rotich. Remember, nakumbuka Ruto saa ile kulisemekana 21 billion. Alisema nini? It was not 21, it was 7 billion. That is an evidence. Only 7. That is an evidence. And they should not escape these just cooking things and telling us that, these judges and prosecutors, they are people, they are human beings. They can play their card well and let the person out of the hook. So for me, it's nothing they are talking about. And we are not short of evidence. Evidence is there enough. And it has shown very clearly Rotich hata alikuwa anadhoofia kwa maisha yake kwa sababu anajua amefanya mambo ambayo ni mabaya kabisa. Now, we know this government, this fake government which is currently leading our country. It's about rescuing their people, their friends, whether they have killed or whether they have stolen. That is their motto. They want to rescue them. And so that is not something that is a surprise to us. It's not a shock to us. We expected that. With this government, we expect all those thieves who are going to bow down for this fake president to be rescued and put to rest. But I don't see what somebody is saying there, that this thing will not be prosecuted again. They will peruse and they will get a way of getting this guy back to the hook so that he can testify, and let him not even laugh. And he should not be smiling that he's out of the hook because of the current regime. Once this is done, and he will be very much ashamed, because it will be even more serious than what it is right now. Wizi walifanya hiyo yote, tuko na evidence, mambo yote ilifanyika, na hata wao wenyewe wakaongelesha. Kwa nini hizo 7 billion hawakurudisha? If it was only 7 billion, they would have put it. Yeah. So for me, Rotich is guilty as charged. Na hakuna kitu tunaongelea hapa. Hiyo mambo yote ajue hivyo. Hata kama he's out of the hook, he's out of the hook for a moment. I'll go and I'll jail him myself.
And to this question, are we ever serious on the fight on corruption? Whether this regime or even the previous regime or other regimes that came before this one, is it just a statement that we throw to the masses? We will fight corruption. We are an anti-corruption. We even have signages that say this is a corruption-free zone. Yet corruption is what really defines us as a country.
Jakes, we have lived in this country for the few years or many years that we have lived, and we have seen corruption just in front of our eyes. It's only that we have no power of getting that person and arrest him. We ourselves as raia hatuwezi kumshika tumweke korokoroni. Sasa shida ile tuko nayo ni hawa judiciary have accepted bribes. I have no fear of contradiction. They have accepted bribes. And that is where the hook will be more tight if only judiciary is acting accordingly. Corruption imekuwa huko, na hata niliona huyo fake president akiwa interviewed in India, anajaribu kusema hapo, I'm going to fight corruption. Na nilisema yeye labda he said he's going to kill corruption. Yeye ndio angejiua kwa sababu yeye is the head of corruption. Kwa hivyo hii mambo yote sisi tunaona ni mambo tumezoea. Wakenya tumezoea. There is nothing like corruption is going to get to be gotten rid out of this country unless judiciary wasimame kama judicial, wafanye kazi yao binafsi bila kutegemea kuambiwa na mtu yeyote hivi na vile. Yes. Kwa sababu hii mambo yote ya directions zile wanapewa, how would you be a self entity ama yani muko kivyenu mufanye kazi yenu accordingly, alafu kuna mtu mwingine anakuja hapo ana interfere? How would that even work? Hebu nikuulize, when you live in your home with your family, sasa ile wewe unaondoka unaenda kazini, mtu mwingine anaingia huko, anachokora akili za watu wako mpaka wanaona wewe ni mtu mbovu kabisa. Unakuja nyumbani unakuta watu wamefura, hawataki kukuona. Do you believe that your family is really with you? Do you have a good relationship with your family by then? Kwa sababu saa ile umeondoka, kuna mtu yule amekuja kuwachokora akawaambia ubaya wako na nini na nini. Sasa wamechukua wewe, you are a bad person, but they have no, imagine, they have no proof to know that you are a bad person. Or they have a proof that they have seen you doing something wrong somewhere. And so now somebody is proving it right, that what they thought, it is true. Judiciary, vile wamefanywa, ni kama watoto, ni kama watu hawajasoma, ni kama watu wameletwa tu hapo, wametolewa bugani, wakawekwa kwa ofisi, boom, nyinyi, vile nimewaleta hapa, mkule hii takataka yote, mkimaliza, nitakuja kuwachukua. That is how they are being treated. Because you cannot interfere with the justice of a country. Kwa sababu you have the power, you are entering there and telling judiciary what to do, what to rule, what to rule against. You cannot do that. Ruto amesomea wapi law? It's a hearsay for him. Aache watu wafanye kazi yao vile ipasavyo, na ndio tupate justice in Kenya. Corruption will never end if judiciary will never act accordingly. And if judiciary will not be by itself, not to be interfered by anybody because of power.
Mhm.
Ni makesi gani
Now the big
tumeona
question now
je?
would be, Mami,
Ni
the
makesi
big question,
gani
ma'am,
je?
would be this.
Huh?
Mhm. The big question would be this: do we have independence in our courts or in
No.
any institution? Mhm.
Straightforward Jex. No.
Mhm.
Hata hiyo nini, hata hiyo inaitwa parliament.
Mhm.
It is not independent. There is no
Mhm.
independence in Kenya. And the other thing, we have no independence in Kenya generally.
Mhm.
Yes. So we are being ruled by chance dumping person ambaye hataki kusikia mtu ambaye anatoa any good idea how we can run our country.
Okay.
And that is a very unfortunate. We are in a very bad situation. Yes.
Mhm. Now, we have seen cases just falling as though we lack competent people in these offices, from the DPP to judges and all. Maybe I can put this question in a two-tier. Is the president hand in this? And if so, why save some and leave others to carry the cross? Why not save everyone then? Because why do we need the courts then if we don't give justice? It is a citadel of hope and justice to Kenyans. Why do we need it if a president can interfere with due processes? If the president can tinker with a case, if the DPP can take orders, yet he is an independent office. If a judge can take instruction, yet he ought to act from a very independent level. So where can we really get the solution to all this if the president is the root cause to some of these issues?
Jex, we have seen Ruto has taken the whole country in his pocket. He has taken that, like he knows everything, and so nobody would advise him or tell him this is wrong. So we have got a very, very terrifying person who is in our country, leading us to the ditch. Because when I look at what let me put it this way: if judiciary is not going to act accordingly, there is no country. Kwa sababu law ndio inasimamia nchi. And because laws are not being implemented in our country, is not being used, we are going nowhere. Ruto ameinterfere with every entity that needs to help wananchi. Na anataka kujua kila wakati ni nini inafanyika kwa that entity. And the other thing I want to put, we understand very well Rotich is a friend of Ruto. And he is the one who assigned him to be where he was. And if you can remember the time when Uhuru and Ruto divided the government, Ruto took the creative institution, all of them. He took the side of finance, and then Uhuru took for defense, for security. Okay? Now, all these people who are installed there, everybody has a blemish of corruption that has happened in the institution that they were standing for. So what I'm trying to say, we cannot save ourselves with the situation we have. Kwa sababu judiciary will never be independent, na judiciary ndio ingesaidia mwananchi aweze kupata haki yake. Lakini judiciary imekuwa captured, parliament imekuwa captured, whereby people can tender or lodge the complaints of the wananchi. It is blocked. Kwa hivyo sisi wana Kenya, wananchi tumekuwa blocked from any rights that belongs to us. Na ndio unaona hata maandamano haiwezi kubaliwa nchi yetu kwa sababu hakuna mtu atakubali, huyo kiongozi hatakubali. And other countries are doing protests peacefully.
Mami, maandamano imesimama kwa sababu baba ameshalipwa. Baba alipewa pesa yake.
That is you.
Baba amelipwa.
That is you who knows that. Me, I don't know.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Maina Njenga told us that baba alimpigia simu akamwambia asimamishe maandamano. Okay? Jack, we need to be sober. Number one, if this Kimwarer started during Uhuru Kenyatta's tenure, and you're saying that the president has the influence on judges, Uhuru Kenyatta, who is, I think, the first cousin to the Lucifer, the devil, Satan himself, was ruling us, brutally killing us, okay? If Uhuru Kenyatta really hated Ruto, as he made us to believe, and ostracize him, he could have taken care of this person who is eating money in Kimwarer, okay? Knowing that he's a friend of Ruto, okay? So we should be sober before we start saying that Ruto is influenced the judiciary. The judge himself today said that the DPP came with a weak case, okay? If he was a judge who was influenced by Ruto, he would have said, you know what? Thank you, DPP. I've looked at the evidence, and you've done a good job. But unfortunately, I can't prosecute because of it. But he even said that it seems like it was done, Ninio. It was done, there's a conspiracy between some people over here. Now, Makiadi in the comment section was saying, and Makiadi, please log in. I'd like to have a piece of you. He's saying there's a trail that shows that he got in Western Motel, the money that he used. We live in a country, in a republic. Find the definition of what a republic is. If you have evidence that Ruto is used that money to buy Western Motel, present it to us here so we can review it. Okay? Let's just not come here and say Ruto did this, Ruto did this. We're not kids, okay? No.
I agree with you, and so that I don't lose what you're saying, you're saying the president is not interfering with the court cases and with processes, justice processes. Let me ask you, we had a ruling on the housing levy, and these were the words of the president. This thing must go on whether you like it or, despite the court order, despite the court declaring a null and void, and of course giving it a stay order for 45 days until the government has its issues in order on that matter as far as it's concerned. But the president the other day seemingly came out in as though he's saying, I really don't care what the court said, whether the court gave a ruling on this matter or not. This housing levy must proceed. Are we not seeing someone who is willing to tell us, you know what, I really don't give a rat that one, what the court says, whether it's a citadel of justice or anything. I wouldn't mind breaking the law, because whatever I say is almost law and should be so. So don't you think that as well as signs that this guy somehow has a way of either interfering with the court processes or getting his ways when it comes to court issues? Because how do you explain the behavior of a DPP refusing to yeye ndo ameleta a witness in court? The DPP chose not to ask a question, including respectable people like Peter Munya. He comes to court, no question is asked. Could this person, the DPP, be under some form of influence? That's the question. Okay. Maybe Mom is asking, and I'm equally asking you. And, so that and as much as we want to defend William Ruto, or
I'm not defending him.
The question would be, why is it now that during his tenure, cases are failing, not one, several? Why is it that cases that are supposed to proceed seems not to see the light of day? Is it that the president has chosen to favor his cronies, to favor those who may benefit him at the expense of Kenyans who voted for him?
Okay. Jakes, if you want to accuse something of somebody, if you want to prosecute someone, you come to me and show me the evidence and say this, and that. Okay? Don't say your opinion does not count in a court of law. Don't come here telling me that the DPP is influenced by the president, so that's why he brought a weak case. We don't have the evidence of that. Okay? It might be a possibility. I'm not ruling out the possibility of that happening. But we are going to examine it based on the evidence. Okay? This man brought a weak evidence. Okay? For whatever reasons that he did that, We don't know. We don't know. We don't have a reason. Maybe we will really patia pesa. Maybe even the president paid him. Maybe the president set a call. We don't have evidence. Okay? We can only go by that.
Remember, Kenya Rebel, this is a case that the president has directly been mentioned, whether he's involved or not. Many have associated, in fact, when we talk of corruption, many mention his name in Aror and Kimwarer.
Okay,
right?
but when did it start?
Probably somehow he has some vested interest in the case.
Jakes, when did this case start?
Before you respond, Mom seems to be raising her hand. Maybe she has something to say. Yes, Mom. Hold on, Kenya Rebel. Yes, Mom.
Yeah, I want to tell Kenyan revolutionary, evidence is everything that involves a case. There is no little evidence. Everything should come to the table. Whose voice said it is only 7 billion? It's Ruto. And that is when the case was very hot. And he was trying to reduce the amount, maybe because if they are told to pay, that is, I am speculating, maybe if they are told to pay, they can produce 7 billion, which they had not spent. But they had already spent 14 billion. So when you talk about that, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? How about if the evidence is put there and being ignored? Everybody will say there was no evidence. But the evidence is not brought to everybody. It is put in court, whereby these people who are supposed to analyze the case and investigate, they ignore. They look back. Na ni vile wamesomeshwa, wameonyeshwa hii kesi wacha iende hivi iishe, because if Rotich would have put in a hot soup, even Ruto would be involved. And if Rotich is very truthful or honest, in fact, he can say whatever happened about this money. And because now these people are the one who are in the country, have taken power for them, we cannot be able to get the evidence. But the evidence was there. The moment he spoke that it was not 21, it was 7 billion, he is already implicated. He is in that case. So Kenyan revolutionary, don't ask where is the evidence. It can be only that one evidence and it can put you in jail. It doesn't matter how many others. You cannot elaborate that when he said that, he did not incriminate himself. He is involved, and if he was not involved, he could not have known how much only. That's my point.
Thank you. I'm glad you said you speculate. You can only speculate. Thank you. It's called speculation. It's not evidence-based.
Get me right. I am trying to say I'm speculating some of the things, but I'm talking about the fact that 7 billion, Ruto said with his own mouth. If you want to got that clip and
yes,
listen.
he did. Yes, he did. And you haven't proven that it was 63 or whatever the case the DPP was claiming, okay? That's why I'm saying the problem with you, the people who hate Ruto, let me finish
the government has
before you play the
21
video.
billion. You've heard, for
But
example, that the government has lost 21 billion in Kimwarer and I don't know, Aror Dam, which is a flat lie. The money in question is about 7 billion. And for every...
That's what I'm saying.
Is plain English. That's plain English.
Okay.
English.
What does it prove anyway? What are you trying to prove? What are you proving?
It proves he knew about the money. Whether it is 7 billion, where is it? Put it on the table. Give it to the 190 to enjoy.
But
that's it. And that's my point. And I'm out.
Bye. You're not saying anything. Okay, he has said it's 7 million. Who cares if it's 50 billion, 10, 7?
No, Kenyans do. Kenyans
okay,
do.
I'm coming to the point. I'm making a point. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Pause.
Jakes.
A point that I want to refute. Wait, pause.
I haven't even finished my point and you want to refute it.
You have said who cares? We do.
No, but listen, I haven't finished my sentence, Jake. You're behaving like you're behaving like Alex.
No.
Listen to me.
I'm not behaving like anyone. I'm just responding to what you have said.
Okay, but I haven't finished my sentence.
Kenyans care. Kenyans care.
Okay, but let me finish.
Go ahead.
The people are saying 63 billion. He's saying 7 billion. I'm saying, who cares how much it is? Because at the end of the day, you haven't proven even if where the money went. You haven't proven. You don't even know how much it was spent. We don't even know if the money was lost. Okay? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Who cares the amount of money that he's spewing and you're spewing? You haven't proven. Hold on. Just get this point. The point is,
from what you're saying, whose duty was it to tell us if the money was lost? Whose duty was it to prove what you're trying to really shout? Because you're saying we don't know if it's 7-1, whatever number.
Yes.
Whose duty was it? Was it not the role of the DPP? It was the role of the DPP to prove his case. Because just one moment, Rotich is innocent until proven in a competent court of law guilty, right? Now, the burden of proof lied with the DPP, correct? So it doesn't matter the figure. The issue was the DPP brought the case to court, correct? The DPP refused to prosecute the case. The case was thrown out. So I don't know where your contention is, but this is the question. Whatever amount that was lost, the person we have vested power upon to look to take this case to court to make sure we get justice is the DPP. So that and I think we posted the roles of the DPP. Now, if the DPP fails, and money is lost, I think Kenyans care enough, and that's why we are raising these topics, because Kenyans care, because it's our money that is lost. It is that dam that would have blessed the people of Kimwarer. It's that dam that would have provided more electricity to our country, right? So we care. It's money that would have brought more.
James, can I?
We care. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is this, Jakes, let me put it in a way where you can understand. I mean, you can relate.
Yeah.
Jakes, if you're brought to, I'm the prosecutor, you are accused of stealing money, 70 billion or 63 or whatever. We can contend on how much it is, but we know some money was lost. We go to the court, and the judge says that the evidence that I've brought is not enough to prove that you stole some money. Okay? Now, what I'm saying is this. I can claim that it was 7 billion that was lost, and you can claim that it was actually 100 billion. But it does not prove anything. That's why I say I don't care if it was 100 million or 7 million, because the prosecutor cannot even prove the case that the money was even lost in the first place. Okay? That's what I'm saying. So the failure of the prosecutor, you don't start saying at his blame Ruto because the prosecutor has failed on his job of presenting the right Nino. So we, the people who are looking at the DPP, an independent body to prosecute this Mr. Jakes, have failed us. So what should we do? We should take out this prosecutor. You don't say that Chirchir has gotten away. If you feel he's gotten away with it, that's why I mentioned the Senate. The Senate, listen, before I finish, that's why I say the Senate should actually oversight, look at where the money went. Okay? So if we see that it went in bank account of that man, whatever his name, that person, if we look at the money went to his bank and went to Ruto's bank, or whatever the case is, we can then bring the DPP to prosecute him. But you guys are not proving anything. It hasn't proven. That's what I'm saying, Jakes.
Yeah, but even before you go further, I'll still remind you, you still have an office that investigates. That's the DCI offices. But before you respond to me, allow me to welcome Richie Makiadi. Makiadi, how are you, my brother? Good to see you. Long time. Bazaidi yote karibu sana kwa show. I know you have a bone to pick with Kenya Rebel just now. But even as you come in, please tell me, are we losing it on the fight against corruption? Of course, I'm sure you have been listening to us, so I'm asking you to give me your submissions and as well respond to my questions. Bazaidi yote karibu sana. Hope you're well.
Yeah, sijui kama unanisikia Jix.
Kabisa kabisa.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me say hi to my brother Kenyari. And to you Jix, na nimeona leo pia. I was listening to you earlier, and I think first of all we should agree that Kenyari is being delusional. Number one, because he believes that the Senate of the Republic of Kenya can hold anybody accountable. That is number one. Number two, it is not the role of the Senate to trace where the money is paid to the Italian farmer that was supposed to construct the dam. It is not the role of the Senate to trace where the money went to. That is number two. The investigation by the DCI showed, and I can pull the report from the DCI, showed that money was paid. It showed that money was transferred offshore to accounts in Italy and UK, and the suspects are known. The DP came up with a list of companies, almost 200 companies, who the directors were people of interest. So the DP did his job. The DCI did his job. Now, DCI was Mr. Kinoti. We all know how Kinoti sounded out of it. Now, here comes the question. If the DCI investigated and presented names to the office of the DPP, saying these are the people that I want you to further pursue, and look at what this transaction and what these payments in their accounts reflect, then you cannot go back again and circle back to what Kenyari is telling us, that it was Uhuru Kenyatta who bungled the prosecution, and it was not Uhuru Kenyatta who was interested in dealing with Rotich. There's a statement that Kenyari made here, and I thought that was made out of ignorance. Let me say this. When William Ruto stood in front of all those people and said that he knows the money in question is ABCD, if there's an active investigation that is going on, and you claim to understand or to know, to have deep insider information on the amount that is being investigated more than anybody else, then you should also be a suspect. William Ruto, and I'll come with. I always talk things when I have evidence. William,
go ahead.
Some of the transactions that were being paid from this money that was supposed to go construct this dam were traced to firms that are in business with William Ruto. And it came to the point whereby the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya was supposed to investigate this. We all know what it is. Not a story. It is not an open secret that these investigations were being bungled because there was need to protect somebody. We all know. So we would be foolish lying to ourselves here that the reason why Rotich has been released by the court is because there is no evidence. We know that is a lie. The evidence was there, but was there will to prosecute the people who stole this money? Was there will kulikuwa nia ya kushtaki hawa watu kweli? No, there's no will. So even if we cry and we blame each other here, the truth is the people who stole this money are known. The truth is, there was no will to prosecute these people, because prosecute these people, you'll be pulling the big dog in the fight. And these are people that are very well known. Now, I'll give Kenyari an opportunity to rebut. Let me finish by saying this. Sometimes we blame Uhuru Kenyatta here. And Kenyari, I know you don't like Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, let me say, the reason why we are complaining here today is because we are taxpayers. I know you've tried to clarify your statement about who cares what money was stolen. We taxpayers will be in pain looking at William Ruto reviving the Kimwarer and Aror dam from our money again, knowing very well but that 63 billion shillings was set aside to build dams. The dams were not built, the money was stolen, and then William Ruto again reallocates another amount of money, similar to maybe more than what we allocated in the previous contract, to build the same dam without having prosecuted anybody. As a taxpayer, as a Kenyan, we should be asking ourselves, why are we again funding these dams without somebody being held accountable for the loss of the monies that were supposed to be used to build the previous dams? I think we should be asked that. And if that does not bother you as a Kenyan, if you don't care as a Kenyan, then there's something wrong with you. I give you an opportunity.
Makedi, before I give Kenyaribel some part of your time to rebuttal, let me ask you this. This was an idea not birthed during Uhuru's time, but during Kibaki's time. The initial tendering, according to Raila Odinga and Kibaki then, was around 5 billion. One of the accusation in court was the inflated cost, from 5 billion to 63. Now, I ask you this, why was it first inflated? Who benefits? And why still all that money? Si hata angetumia the 5, he still angebakisha around 50 something billion ya kuweka kwa mfuko kama that was the idea. Why still everything? And the DPP seems unwilling to follow this money.
Yeah, let me say this, Jakes. Kama umewahi fanya kazi kwa serikali ama umewahi fanya contract ya serikali, this is always Waigoro walikuwa nanunua kalamu moja ya big kwa 500 in the NYS scandal. You've heard of people, selling zijui ni gas cylinders or something. Yani, they are so the prices when you do business with the government, there's always overinflating the price so that everybody gets a cut. And I know that the people who do business with the government like those contracts za serikali kwa sababu there's always that, and you'll get more money when you do business with the government in a way that overinflated price itakuwa split between the procurement officer and mwenye biashara na we supply and all that. You can see the kind of life that the procurement officers in the government live. Unaona mtu anafanya city council hapo, mshahara yake ni 50k, but because anafanya procurement ya city council, the person akona buildings hundreds of millions because hii biashara ya serikali ni lucrative. Now, let's put that to the side. I think the most important thing here we should be asking ourselves, Jakes, ni kwamba whether the money was overinflated or whether the cost was overinflated or not, the thing we should be asking ourselves here is, did we lose money as Kenyans? We should ask ourselves, was 63 billion shillings taxpayers' money lost because of Aror and Kimwarer? If we agree that the money was there and it was released by the government and the money was lost, then we should be holding somebody accountable even before we prepare to revive those dams. If we are not ready to do that, then I think we have lost it as a country. And then we should just declare our country, a failed state. Because if you can lose 63 billion si pesa ambayo unaenda kwa duka asubuhi unanunua nayo mkate. That's a lot of money. 63 billion shillings. Kibaki alitengeneza Thika super highway na only 45 Jakes. 45. 14. Is it 14?
Yeah, 14 billion.
14 billion. Thika super highway. Ukiangalia hizo lane, sijui ni 5 lane kuanzia Ngara unateremka mpaka Thika. Unapita. So wewe hebu niambie saa hii 63 billion zikipotea namna hiyo, na sisi wote tuseme ati tumefunga macho, wacha tusonge mbele kwa sababu hiyo ilikuwa ni scandal yenye Uhuru alikuwa anataka ku revenge or something, then we are losing it as a country. Let us just decide ya kwamba we failed state na tukubali corruption ikuwe legalized. Thank you. I'm here. Acha nisikie Kenyari anataka kusema nini.
Your time now to rebuttal. I'm sure you have listened.
Yeah, I appreciate his unlettered submission about this issue. But let me tell him first, number one, Senate can actually investigate where the money comes from. That's what's called oversight. They cannot prosecute. They can try to find out any money that comes from the national government, how it's spent. If it goes to the county, they need to know where, what, where, when. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you told us that you have the evidence of where this money went. Italy, wapi. Please, I'm with you. By all means, bring them. Patia Jakes up and show us the bank accounts, the names, how it's connected. That's what I'm telling you. Most of these things that you're saying are mere speculation or just fantasies. Okay. Number three, the point I was making about Uhuru Kenyatta, I was saying this because most of Ms. Mandamano was saying that the president, and even Jake was insinuating here that the president has the influence of judges and the prosecutor. Fine, it might be the case. It might be possible. I'm not ruling that out. But again, I live in the world of evidence, science, something verifiable, okay? And I gave this example. Well, Uhuru was the president. Kimwarer under Uhuru's rule. Sindio, this thing started with Uhuru rule, okay? And Uhuru, the person who was said to have really had detested William Ruto, his DP, okay? So Uhuru had all the power. If he wanted to prosecute William Ruto, it wouldn't take him much, okay? He could have influenced his DP just like if he used his influence to take out Sonko of Nairobi, okay? He could have used that to prosecute Ruto and his minions on this Kimwarer scandal. So the point I was making was this: if then the DPP then, okay, could not prosecute Ruto, and Ruto says 7 and 63, you made a good point. Kama amejua mbona hakunio, then he should have been summoned to be brought to court and say, hey, how do you know this is 7, whatever? I'm just explaining how things should be working, okay? So I'm using this logic. If Uhuru Kenyatta, who was pro-Maendeleo and all that, who you want us to believe that he was a great president and brought great progress, okay, which I might disagree, okay, wanted to follow up on this and influence his DPP, the way we are saying that the president has influence over DPP, to look after this case, present the evidence, because Makiadi has told us he has the evidence. Ruto and whoever that person who left will have been in jail right now. But I'm saying my point is this, is that most of the things that we say, yes, we know how Kenya works. The president might have influence, kuna corruption. We are not denying that. And the president is not new to this. Okay? But again, now, if you're going to make these things, come with evidence.
Just one moment before we lose what happened in the case, yeah? I know you know what happens in a court. We normally have the accuser and the accused, right?
Yes.
Each side has an opportunity to give evidence, to present witnesses, to examine, and of course, the other side has the right to cross-examine. Are we together up to that point?
Yes.
Okay. You have said that if Ruto had evidence, he ought to have been summoned, right?
Yes.
One office that summons anyone in a court case is the prosecutor's office, correct? Now, this case had 41 witnesses. Unfortunately, the prosecutor refused to call all of them. He only called 8. Up to that point, are we together?
We are together.
Now, the 8 he calls, he refuses to ask them any question. He chooses not to ask any question. These are his witnesses. These are not the witness from the accused side. These are his witnesses. These are the people who are meant to make his case.
Right.
He refuses to ask them any question.
Right.
Prominent guys like Peter Munya appear in court because they were standing on the side of the prosecutor. No question is asked.
Yes.
Delay tactics from the prosecutor's side. Even before we go to the heart of the issue in terms of evidence and all, was this not a prosecutor trying to let this case fail in the first, even before we talk of whether there was money lost or not, even before that part alone, there's this element of not participating. Don't you think there, as a DPP, he failed?
Okay, he failed, but so why are you blaming the person who has been let off free, and William Ruto, if the prosecutor failed? That's my question.
You're not understanding it.
I understand what you're saying.
The person in court is a criminal, for example.
No. He's not a criminal. He's a suspect. He's a suspect.
He's a suspect. Correct. Actually, he's innocent. But we need to prove him guilty. Money has been lost. For example, that's what happened. Okay. There is money that cannot be accounted for, whether lost or somewhere, but there is money in question, right?
Yes.
This money in question, the DPP, whose role we highlighted here, whose role, I think I should reflect that for you, whose role is to make sure that that we have what do you call this? Allow me to get that part. So the DPP refused to do his work. So the us who the DPP represents, amekataa kutu represent, amekataa kufanya kazi yake. Have we not lost money? Have we not lost time for the court that would have been used to solve another case? But hii case imeachwa ikaenda for far too long. The DPP has not done his work. Pesa ndio hizo hatujui kama okay, sawa, wacha to imagine, because let's assume he's innocent till proven guilty. Where is the money then? We don't know where the money is.
Thank you, Jakes. That's what I was saying. Where's the Senate? Okay.
So, now you're confusing it, because there's and I think Makiadi should come in on this one. What is the role of the Senate?
I have to finish this. Hold on.
One second, a microsecond. The role of Senate is oversight. The role of the CI is investigation. This is a crime. The body tasked, just one moment, the body tasked by the Constitution to investigate and help the DPP bring these people to justice is not the Senate, it's the DCI and the DPP. I don't know if Makiadi, I'm correct. Maybe I'm understanding Kenyaril wrong.
Let me help you. Let me finish. Okay. Makiadi, kidogo, if you mind, I'll be brief. Jakes, if you're the prosecutor, you take me to court. I'm assuming you have evidence that can possibly you can use against me to charge me of whatever you are charging me for in front of the judge. Correct. Okay?
Correct.
Right. So what is happening here? You came with your evidence. The judge looked at the evidence, regardless of how protracted this process was. Okay? Whether it's delay or whatever. You drop the ball. I can see you, Jakes, please. I want to see your face when I'm
I can see
destroying this. Okay. So you drop the ball as a prosecutor for whatever reason. Why are you pointing a finger at me as mshtakiwa and you haven't proven anything, saying that, oh, he got away, his money has been lost, money has the water. Why are you looking at me? That's what I'm saying. Shoot, even if Ruto was involved, you have to prove that in court. Whether if the DP drop the ball, that's on him. That's why I'm saying we the people should be outraged and go after this DPP and get him out of there, because he let us down. If we really thought this guy stole anything or alipotea pesa, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's why I'm saying we are making a lot of noise. We want to see this prosecutor, but there's no evidence. Maybe because of the influence of William Ruto, maybe of what, I don't know. But the prosecutor let us down. So let's remove it. And I was using the Senate to say that, to start this up. Remember when I started off, I said this. The Senate can follow up where the money is. Because any pesa is serikali. Okay? So if the Senate investigates, Senate cannot prosecute. They can investigate where they knew. So if they follow this money and say ilienda kwa bank account ya Ruto, kwa huyu msee, Kipchirchir, Murkomen, whatever, they can then provide that information to the prosecutor and say, hey, here is the evidence. Can you go collect it and upeleke kwa koti so hao watu washikwe? That's what I was saying. I'm not defending Ruto, I'm defending anybody.
Okay. So now, Makiadi, I want to have you. Now, let me ask you. You know our Senate, you know how it operates. Does it have any power to investigate, to bring evidence, to, we have seen how the sittings in Parliament, we saw how it handled the Shakahola thing. We have seen how it handles the governor issues. This matter, Kimwarer, Senate really does it have vested powers to investigate? Is it even superior than the DCI?
Yeah, Jakes, I think you're bringing in a very important point. Kenyari, I want to repeat again here, and I think Jakes anakuambia in a very clear language here, that it is not the work of the Senate to investigate money that was stolen. It is not the work of the Senate to investigate. This is a crime. This is in a crime scene. Already, money imekuwa lot. Ngoja kwanza. We know the work of the Senate is oversight. I agree with you. We all agree. Now, we already have lost money here, number one. So we are dealing with criminals. This is past oversight, my brother. This is not where you investigate in terms of maybe money was allocated to the county or something like that. This was a government, this was a national project. This money was paid by the national government for a project that was supposed to be in a county, but it was not under the county. The county only provided land ya dam kujengwa, lakini pesa ilikuwa ni ya national government. So you want the Senate to go out of its way to do the job that we have an independent office in the Republic of Kenya that has been assigned the role of investigating. The DCI, we are saying the DCI did his job. Jakes, this is what we want us to agree here. The DCI did his job. DCI alitoa majina ya kampuni ya kaambia DPP, we have traced the money. And this money, tumetrace tunaona director fulani alilipwa pesa fulani, director fulani alilipwa. These are the names, these are the files, this is where the money has gone to. So the DCI amenawa mikono. It goes to the DPP. It is the role of the DPP now. These people na awaulize hizi pesa mlilipwa, mlikuwa mmefanyia serikali kazi gani? No, this is where we are losing it, because now you want to
even before you come on that point, please connect with me the role of EACC as well, so that these three institutions we understand for the sake of our viewers how EACC comes into this question, DCI and now DPP, because I think this is a criminal case of money, of fraud,
money laundering,
right? Yeah.
Money laundering, fraud.
EACC is EACC involved in this?
This investigation was carried out between there was a coalition between the DPP, the DCI office and the EACC.
Okay.
I'm still trying to find the link nikutumie Jakes ndio uweze kuonyesha hapo ku display kwa nini. So EACC will investigate. EACC zikiwa na DCI's office zili investigate na zikakuja na suspects. They presented the files to the DPP. That is how it works in our constitution. Unaona? We cannot say here, Kenyari, we cannot say here that the Senate should go investigate where this money went to, alafu ichukue hiyo file ipeleke DPP. Haifanyikagi namna hiyo in Kenya. That is not how it works. We can't hear you. I think you're mute.
Umejimute, Kenyari?
So umemute bado.
But go ahead kabla jitengeneze.
So Jakes, wacha tuseme hivi. Unajua mahali tuna tofautiana na Kenyari ni kwamba yeye anatuambia hapa He does not care about whether money was lost because there is no evidence and nobody has been prosecuted. Hapo ndio mahali tunakubaliana na yeye. Sisi tunasema pesa imepotea. Hata kama mtu hajakuwa prosecuted, it does not mean Kenyans did not lose money. It does not mean that Kenyans are not frauded. Haimaanishi ya kwamba the dams are there. You see, people do not see the dams on the ground and they have spent money. Unaona? So we should we should be asking. Hold on, Kenyari. Jakes, we should be asking ourselves: are we ready? You know, Ruto said that he's going to, retender the construction of those dams again, and to commence another project in the same place.
And we should be asking ourselves. I think around the month of February this year, the companies came back, and I think it's a process now on the pipeline coming up.
But you see, Jakes, the company that was paid, the Italian company that was paid the money, filed for bankruptcy. Angalia hata si kitu ya kwenda kudanganywa na mtu. Angalia hapo kwa Google tu hapo next to your computer, angalia. The company was paid the money and it filed for bankruptcy. And the money has already been paid. So, Kenyari, you should be telling us here, should we just close our eyes and say, okay, we lost money because nobody has been prosecuted, let us move on? That is how I understand your reasoning. Should we agree that we lost money and because nobody has been prosecuted and there's no evidence, let us move on?
No, that's not what I'm arguing.
Kenyari, go ahead.
Goja, Jakes, I have to speak.
Go ahead. I'm giving you two.
Oversight, listen, oversight. Any money that comes from the treasury and goes wherever, whether it's going to Kisumu, whatever the case, whether it's a national, any money that comes from the treasury, Senate can know where it should be. They should oversight and know where it is. Yes, they're also responsibility. They are responsible for their counties, but their job does not stop. That's why I started by reading that, is it Article 96.3, where it says, any money, it includes the national pesa ile inatoka kwa serikali, whether it's national inaenda kwa county or national government is using it. That's why I gave you, remember when they wanted to audit the debt, okay? That's the part of their job. So I'm saying it doesn't, sisemi ati wa investigate alafu wa prosecute. They can investigate, oversight. They're trying to find out where that money went. Who received that money? Okay, that's the question. They should summon whoever received that money, whoever gentleman who was prosecuted. They can't prosecute him. They can summon him to the Senate and ask him, okay, when you received this money, who did you give? Which company? That company, if they're operating within the borders of Kenya, they can summon their representative. Where did this money, how much did you spend? Where did you get it? Where did it go? That's what I'm saying, okay? Then if it looks fishy, like there's a possible corruption, the EACC can come in because they are what? Anti-corruption and whatever. Investigates. DCI, DPP is the prosecutor who will take it to the court based on the evidence they have and prosecute these people who received this money after we suspect and we established that this money went to their bank accounts, but nothing has happened on the ground. So there is a suspicion of a crime, and that's where you prosecute them and we catch them. But like I said, we cannot prosecute these people purely because the DPP, who's the prosecutor, dropped the ball. I'm not here to defend Ruto. I just want to see the evidence, and I want the DPP to come up with serious evidence against the people you are saying have stolen this money. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you,
Kenyari,
show us where the money went.
Kenyari and Makedi, I just allow me to play two videos. One to explain what happened and where we are with I think that's the link you're trying to find, Makedi, so that we can call. Is it okay, Makedi?
Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm about to share is what happened after the prosecutor, after hii kesi imeanza, when Ruto came to power. These dams, Ruto, when he came to power, he decided to continue with its construction. So listening to Wahiga trying to explain all this.
After Kenya and Italy in Elgeyo Marakwet and Itare in Nakuru County set to resume after Kenya and Italy entered into an agreement to resolve the standoff over the projects. President William Ruto made the announcement during a joint address with Italian President Sergio Mattarella, where he too acknowledged the need to settle the dispute which had tainted Kenya's image among budding Italian investors. The two heads of state also signed two memorandum of understanding to boost the bilateral ties in various fields, including security, healthcare, and the economy. Chemutai Goin now reports.
As is tradition with the visiting president, Italian President Sergio Mattarella was received at State House, Nairobi, and accorded military honors, including a 21-gun salute, as he kicked off his 4-day official tour of the country. The military also mounted a guard of honor, inspected by President Mattarella, before closed-door bilateral talks with President William Ruto, who was flanked by various members of his cabinet. Their joint address tackled the controversial stoppage of Aror Kimwarer Dam construction alongside the Itare Dam in Nakuru County over corruption allegations, forcing the Italian contractor to seek court redress to demand for compensation.
We are going to resolve the issues surrounding Itare, Aror, and Kimwarer dams. An issue that was that has stalled the construction of those 3 dams now for almost 3 years.
The building of dams, which are such an important project, and the Italian government wishes to contribute very intensely to their swift finalization and overcoming the difficulties that we faced.
President William Ruto stressing the need for urgent resolution of the standoff to allow locals benefit from the water sources.
The restart of this projects is not only urgent, it is priority, it is necessary, because it's going to supply water to many towns in Nakuru County and Kericho County and many other areas in Baringo and Elgeyo Marakwet County.
With the investigations into the dam scandal revealing opaque financial agreements, President Ruto revealed that the terms of engagement would be reviewed to streamline the processes.
The financing that was already made available is going to be restructured, and the projects are going to start. We intend to clear the court issues in the next 1 month and be able to start the process of negotiating the restructuring of financing, and hopefully we should be able to go on with the construction of these dams in a matter of months.
Several Italian companies operate here in Kenya, including
Okay.
Villages in Elgeyo Marakwet County, where 21 billion shillings is suspected to have gone down the drain in a scandal involving 2 dams. According to a contract signed between the Kerio Valley Development Authority and an Italian firm, works at the sites were to begin in December. But as Enoch Sikolia reports, rivers snaking through thickets and valleys are the only things that dot the landscape there.
In the valley of Kimwarer in Elgeyo Marakwet County, a river tagged in the thicket can be seen from a bird's eye view. On paper, the construction of a dam is supposed to be underway here, but on the ground, no activity in relation to the putting up of a mega dam. Residents are even shocked that 21 billion shillings have already been paid to an Italian firm to build a dam.
Sijui wanataka maji kiasi gani. Sijajua hata wanataka maji kiasi gani. Ningejua sasa kama hii mto itaweza toshelesha hawa ama hiyo maji. Sijui hata hii mambo ya hiyo damu. Tunangojea tu.
Huu mto unaitwa Kimwarer, na hii ndio wanataka kufunga ili maji ikae kwa damu. Sasa huu mto unaitwa Kimwarer na inateremka all the way mpaka ikutane na River Kerio, ndio baadaye iende all the way mpaka Lake Turkana. Kwa hivyo huu mto unaitwa Kimwarer River ama mto wa Kimwarer, na hiyo sasa ndio wanataka kuifunga ili maji ikae kwa dam ndio ifanye kazi hiyo yote ambao wameipendekeza.
Kutokea mwaka jana tulikuwa naga tu wasungu wakipita hapa na magari, sijui wanaelewa hata lugha gani, hatujui hata lugha ya watu au wasungu, wanaendaga tu na shughuli zao. Hatujui chenye inaendelea. Nasikianga tu mambo ya sijui dam, Kimwarer dam, wanataka mambo ya stima, na yenyewe hakuna wakati wamekata hapa mkutano ati kuna kitu kama dam. Wanashughulika tu kwa mbali, tunasikianga tu kwa maredio, tunaona tu kwa ma-TV ati pesa imekuliwa. Hatujui sasa hii mpango ya hii serikali.
The project to construct dams here and Aror is now a scandal that is a subject of investigations by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. According to the DCI, money was paid to CMC de Ravenna, whose officials have never set foot on the site. And for a project that has not even been designed, residents speak of their initial fear that this could be a scam that will leave them landless.
Mtu mwenye anaitwa Parsosio alisema ya kwamba msiandike yani makaratasi ovyo. Tuliandika makaratasi zingine, akasema mliandika karatasi ya maji lakini haikuwa ya maji. Kwa kuanzia siku hiyo nikaona ya kwamba nakaa hii mambo ya hii maji ya Talal si straightforward. Sasa tukachief in ya kuwa sasa wamekuja kupima mashamba yetu. Sasa tutapata nini kama hao wangekuja kuchukua kupitia ama 5 kupitia hiyo shamba yetu, watatupea nini?
If the dam project becomes successful, what it means is that hundreds of families that stay within the valley here will be displaced. And yet the very people that stay here claim that the government hasn't engaged them.
Watu tuonyesha vile sasa tutahama hapa na vile penye tutaenda, na hatuna mashamba ingine, ni hapa tu, ama tungojee tu maji tufunike tu, hakuna kitu kingine.
The story of Aror Dam is similar to that of Kimwarer, a river flowing through a thicket, and the valley is the only thing visible. And
let me come to you, Bwana Makiadi, on this one. Now, 3 things. Number 1, this company known as CMC de Ravenna, it's a company that received money but never stepped foot on the project or even participated in anything in terms of, in terms of foreseeing the project. And in any case, there was not even a design ready or for the project and all. And then later on, it was declared bankrupt. Its money was paid to it. And then there was no design. There was no design, but CMC de Ravenna received money already. The other question I want to ask you is what the president said during that meeting with the Italian president. He said this, that this case ya Kimwarer itaisha in a month's time, or he gave a timeline. Case itaisha. Number 1, he's not a judge. Number 2, neither is he a prosecutor nor a defense, but he had an insight of when this case will end. And of course, true to his word, the case has ended. So what happens from here? The projects will begin. So does it prove a point that probably the president had a hand in the case? Number 2, is CMC probably a decoy? The real culprits are Kenyan. What do you think?
Caught in one month. You should be asking yourself the same question. Ya kwamba, okay, let's be speculative. Tuseme ya kwamba maybe because he's the president anajua kesi ilikuwa inaenda kumalizwa. But one thing that comes into mind is, and I think this is important, we should be asking ourselves here, because from the way Ruto is speaking, Ruto is saying we are trying to restructure the financing of that dam. If there's going to be a new dam, we are trying to refinance, the way probably we are going to seek new funds, or probably we are going to seek new investors to build this dam. Now, what that we should be asking William Ruto is, what happened to the money that was set aside initially to build this dam? What are you planning to do about the money that was set aside initially to build these dams, and the money was paid out already to a company that declared bankruptcy? the prime minister or the president of Italy, sijui prime minister ama ni nani, he comes with a new formulation ya kwamba I am ready to sponsor those dams. So we are not talking about the money that was lost. Hawa watu ni kama wanajaribu kufunika ile pesa ilipotea awali. They are coming up with a new strategy ya kujenga hizo dams. And it is clear ya kwamba hii court case ambayo iko saa hii imemalizwa jana was a stumbling block to these dams being built. Something had to be done. Speculative. Something had to be done. It was a matter of time, because wakati Ruto amekutana na huyu na akasema tuta clear hizi, and then we see everybody being acquitted and it's declared a collapsed case. No, collapse. So from now on, yes.
So who's supposed to ask the question where the money went? Who's supposed to question that?
The DPP.
DDP is the prosecutor, but the first person who needs to find out where this money went
is the DCI in conjunction with the DPP. What
money imepotea? Okay.
Let me ask you, Kenya Rebel, what is to investigate? Simple English. What is to investigate?
Kuchunguza. What I'm saying.
No, you have just given a translation. What is to investigate?
Ngoja, Jakes, Goja. I'm answering. I'm answering you. I'll answer you this way. Makiari told us very well. Hao watu wanataka hii kesi iishe ndio waanze hiyo wengine na wao Italiano. Na akauliza swali nzuri. Ile pesa ilipotea mwanzoni. Sasa story yake imeenda wapi? Why don't the people ask him? And what's the right channel to ask that? You mean that's why I was saying it starts with the Senate should ask, how was this money spent? Ilitoka katika national. Yes.
No, yes. Jakes. Let me ask Kenyari. Let me ask Kenyari here.
Let me finish.
No, let me ask Kenyari. Kenyari. No, Goja Kenyari. Let me say this. Kenyari.
Go ahead.
You know, we are giving the Senate a lot of work here. The Senate is not a body that has forensic experts. Okay, you know, the Senate is not a body. Ngoja, the Senate is not a body that has experts ambao wanaweza trail pesa wire transfer yenye umetumia Jakes wakuambie ulitoa hapa ukatuma hapa. It is not equipped with such experts. We have a body ambayo inalipwa na serikali ya Kenya kufanya hiyo kazi. Na hiyo body, listen, na hiyo body ilifanya kazi yake. You know, we are acting as if hakuna uchunguzi imeendelea. Uchunguzi ilifanyika, Kenyari. We agree. Uchunguzi ilifanyika. Na wakati uchunguzi ilifanyika, ngoja just hold on a minute. Uchunguzi ilifanyika. Na wakati uchunguzi ilifanyika, DCI alipeana file na akapeana suspects kwa DPP. Na umesikia magistrate mwenyewe akisema, magistrate si mimi nimeongea, si Jakes ameongea, magistrate amesema there was a deliberate attempt to break this case down. It collapsed. Kulikuwa na witnesses sijui ngapi, waka only pick 8 from those witnesses. So they deliberately made that case collapse.
Okay,
so you want us again to go back and tell Senate, sasa Senate.
Tafadhali, unisikie tu sentence moja alafu utanielewa. Sawa, Richie? Aya, this is what I'm saying. We agree with you that the investigation was done, tukaenda kotini, prosecutor akatupambao, whatever the case is, drop the ball, okay? So, what were they investigating? They were investigating if there was a criminal activity that happened. Okay? All right? So, your story ikaisha hivyo. But Senate, kazi yao wanataka kutafuta, they're tracking pesa ya serikali. Specifically, it's not criminal. They're not looking for criminal ninio. They're saying,
okay, let me kidogo tu ndio unisaidie kuelewa. Nataka tu nisaidie. I want you to help me.
Just let me finish this.
This is how I want you to help me. Give me an example of how the Senate have investigated. You know, is there a late previous
Thank
precedent?
you, Jakes.
just one moment, where the evidence from Senate has been used in court to maybe criminalize
prosecute
or
somebody. Yes.
someone. Tell me if the Senate, we have a previous instance where the Senate had the ability, through its forensic abilities, through its technology and all. Akina Halwale, remind me of a case they were able to oversight and found evidence and were able to prosecute or send the files to the prosecutor.
Okay,
Maybe
thank
that
you.
it will help us understand where you're coming
All
from.
right, I will help you. You're conflating two things. Number one, it was just a few days ago that, remember Murkomen alienda, was it Murkomen that went to the Senate when wakina nani wali summon aenda huko akauliza maswali wakina nani Sefuna walimwambia hey kuja. I'm giving you an example. Just listen to me.
You're confusing these matters,
No,
but go on.
I'm coming to what you're asking because
Okay,
you're looking
go
at
ahead.
wewe unaangalia, you're looking for a prosecution for somebody to go to jail, which is fine. Walijaribu wakachukua hizo evidence zao, prosecutor akatupa nini, drop the ball. Me, I'm saying this, okay? Senate should be asking this question. Hiyo 63 billion, whether it's 7 or 63, okay, whatever the money amount they were given, all right, they should be asking the people, the parties involved. Hiyo mtu alipata pesa, whether it was Murkomen back then when he was a senator, Murkomen can be brought, can be summoned and ask the question, Olize, hey, where did that money go? Okay? And if you can't answer that, okay, it's either one is up to impeach or they can actually reopen what with money, we don't know is there's no project.
So if I'm getting you correct, so that we move on, if I'm getting you correct, you're saying Senate has the ability to reopen a case. Number two, you're saying that Senate can investigate. And if I'm getting you correctly, they can oversight and ask questions, and the best they can do is to impeach and maybe recommend some recommendations. After that, what happens after Senate has oversighted? Let's take, for example, that is correct, as much as probably it's not. Let's take, for example, that's correct. Akina Halwale and the Embu senator wamefanya oversight. Then
they can tell the ESCC or ESCC to carry out an investigation deeper to what, based on the on the findings.
You've gone to what Makiadi has told you.
I think Kenyari. Okay.
No, okay. If you're not gonna let me finish, then what's the point of having a conversation?
We are listening.
But you're not letting me finish. Nasema hivi, based on the findings of the questioning by the Senate, they can summon nani aonyeshe risiti, hii pesa tuliwapatia ilienda wapi, based on findings. If they feel there's a possible criminal activity that happened, then it can be handed over to who? The ESCC, and then again back go to the to be brought again in court. And this time they'll have actually a stronger backup, because they'll say the Senate even asked, they could not answer the question. Here it is.
Do we have a previous precedent?
Okay, Jakes.
Yes, Makiadi.
Kenyari tumempatia nafasi ya bring his argument. Let me say this, Jakes. What Kenyari is taking us in circles, and he's going back to where we started from. Yeah. I think what we should agree here ni kwamba, even if Senate has power to oversight, it still needs another body to help it do it. Now, mimi sijui Kenyari unatoa wapi jina ya Murkomen useme akuwe summoned na akikosa kujibu maswali akuwe impeached. Under what circumstances? Murkomen was a senator. Ile pesa yenye ililipwa hapo haikulipwa Murkomen. So I don't know how you bring Murkomen into this saga. Now in the first place, he has never been investigated. That is number one. Number two, hii Senate yenye unasema itaita watu iende kuinvestigate watu is a compromised Senate. This Senate has no power as it stands right now kuinvestigate anybody ambaye the government wants to protect. You should know that. Politics is about interest. If anything, if this thing is going to derail the government of the day's agenda, then itapigiwa huko juu, hata itafika kwa hiyo Senate. And I can tell you for free here that even if you steal money today and the government wants to protect you, tumeona governors, kwani ni mara ya kwanza tumeona governors, hawa governor wa Meru walikuwa naambiwa hata before waende kwa Senate yenyewe walikuwa wanajua fate yao. Before even they step in the Senate, they knew their fate before they go to the Senate. You know, we have seen governors, the likes of Waititu, who knew their fate even before they went to the Senate. Wakaambiwa utakuwa impeached by the Senate. So we are looking at a body that is already compromised, the Senate. When you talk about, you know, holding people criminally liable, the Senate has no power ya kushika mtu ambaye amekuwa accused of laundering money, kuiba pesa hiyo, laundering yenye hiyo pesa ya nini ya dam. Haina hiyo uwezo kabisa. This is a criminal case. There's a body ambayo, we are trying to tell you, there's a body ambaye inalipwa kufanya hiyo kazi. Na kama hiyo body imelipwa na ikafanya kazi yake, which happened with Kinoti, and presented the files to the DPP, the DPP dragged his feet. And the DPP caused the case to fail. So I wonder if the Senate is going to bring again another case and take it to the same DPP who the magistrate is saying umekataa kufanya kazi yako vile inatakikana na ndio maana hii case imecollapse. So you want again us to go back to the Senate and tell them tutengenezeni kesi. Alafu tuchukue hiyo file tupeleke tena kwa DPP tumwambie ayajaribu na hii sasa. Man, Kenyari.
Okay.
It doesn't happen like that.
Okay, Makiadi. So if you don't want to go to the Senate, basically, then we should not find out where this money is, where this Kimwarer money went. Is that what you're basically trying to say?
You're confused. I think now I got you. I think I'm getting you, Kenyarli, and I think I'm getting you because you are getting it wrong. This money was not a county allocated fund. So Senate, yeah, it's not. This was a flagship project. Just one moment. I've listened to you. Listen to me. This is a flagship project from the government. Number two, this is a project that didn't even start. This was crime that happened even before you have seen from the video. Nothing on the ground happened. At that point, it's beyond the Senate. Here is where you now bring in the DCI, the criminal, because it's already an economic crime. It's now beyond, just like, for example, when you have Waiguru can be arrested by ACC, can be arrested by DCI. She can go there, right? She can be summoned by the Senate, for example. She can be impeached, right? But she can never be jailed by the Senate. Why? The Senate, she can never be jailed by the Senate. The Senate can never prove you guilty.
Yes.
What proves you guilty is a competent court of law. A court of law has two sides. A court of law has always two sides. The plaintiff, and of course, and the accused, right? Now, these two guys, one is represented here because this is a national, or this is a case that affects the public. Just one moment. This is a case affecting the public. So who speaks for the public? The public prosecutor, DPP, right? Just one moment. Just listen. Don't be quick to argue before you listen. So the DPP kazi yake ni kudefend kitu yenye natushika sisi. Ndio unakuta akona makesi kama za kina Waititu. Money was involved ambayo ilikuwa inahusu wananchi. Akona kesi kama za Sonko. Na hizi kesi origin zake zingine zimetoka wapi? From the DCI who investigated the crime. The DCI investigated. Then after amemaliza kuinvestigate, amekuja na ushahidi through of course the police and all those organs. Wamemaliza kuinvestigate, wanaletea DPP akuje a prosecute. Ndio huyu jamaa in this court apatikane ako guilty kwa sababu ako innocent until proven guilty. So the burden of proof is not in the Senate. It's not in Parliament. It's with the DPP. The DPP is the one who takes you to court, proves you guilty, and when you're guilty now,
okay,
the court comes in. Just one moment, because every person has a right to be heard. Once you have given your defense from what the DPP has given, once you've given a defense, now the court sits back and makes a ruling. Now this ruling is what we call judgment. Now when judgment has been proclaimed or declared or uttered, or the court has pronounced itself, there is where we say hii kesi imefika its rightful conclusion. Either imeambiwa this person is guilty, afungwe, this person amepatikana liable, arudishe pesa. You remember what happened to this guy Waluke? All that process have to happen. Now Senate, if it had a role, tungeona wakiinvestigate Waluke. Tungeona wakileta evidence kwa court, you know, because you're saying that Senate inaweza itafute mahali pesa ilienda. Then my question is, yes, imetafuta. Then
okay, Jakes, let me make
you
a
have
quick,
now said that it will take it to
a quick
yes,
response
after imemaliza kazi yake
a quick statement, then tuache watu wengine ongee. Naona maandamano na True TV wako hapo. Acha niseme kitu. Jakes, my question is this: did this money ilitoka kwa treasury, right? No, listen to me. Ilitoka kwa treasury, yes or no?
You're taking us back.
No, yes. Because I'm telling you where the Senate will come in.
Mm-hmm.
This is where the Senate will come in. Hii pesa ilitoka treasury, si ndio? Yes. Where did it go? Where did it go after that? All right. That's what
it went to
saying.
offshore account.
Okay. Whatever offshore account it, who signed it? Who authorized it for it to go to the offshore account?
Exactly. The treasury, who was headed by the CS of treasury, who is Rotich.
Okay.
Umeelewa sasa?
Okay. So listen. Unasikia? This is ni pesa ya serikali. Senate, their work is oversight. They can bring Rotich, summon him to the Senate and ask him, hii pesa tu ilitoka kwa treasury, ikakuja kwako, you signed it to go to these companies. Okay? The ground inaonyesha there's nothing project has happened. Where did the money go? That is the role of the Senate before it even becomes criminal. There's criminal offense and there's also Senate oversighting to see where the money went, because this is a national funds that left the treasury, and the Senate has the mandate to see where it goes. That's why the Senate also does inaangalianga deni zile tunachukua. It has to inaweza ku it audits the money that we have spent pale tuliboro na vile tulispend here. Now you see where I'm coming from.
Let me ask you,
Jakes,
this was a money bill, so was a money issue. So actually the office should have been Parliament, but anyway, Makedi kidogo tusikize mam na True TV. I'll be coming to you.
Hata Kenya maandamano, mi ni comment tu, hata sita, I'm not taking even a second. I think Jakes umeuliza swali mzuri na Kenya ria ameiruka. Umemuuliza, so the Senate investigates. And then what? Sijaiona senator akipeleka mtu kotini ambaye ameiba pesa ya serikali. Sijaiona senator ameshika file anaenda kushtaki mshtakiwa ambaye amecorrupt pesa ya serikali. Sijaiona. So the Senate investigates, ina find mtu capable. Then what? That is the question you should answer us.
Okay, then the Senate then the Senate can bring the DPP and say, okay, tumeuliza mtu swali hapa. Listen. Sin pesa tu wameuliza pesa ilienda wapi? Okay? Kipchichiri akatuambia ati imeenda hapa.
What did you just say? What did you just say? Yes, at the Senate itafanyaje? Oh, amepotea. There's something you have said. Sorry.
Huh?
At what have you said? Umesema Senate itafanyaje kwa DPP?
Nasema sin pesa imetoka ikaenda mahali, okay? Kipchirchir, whatever his name is. They can bring him, summon him to the Senate, wamulize swali, aseme, oh, hii kitu ilienda hapa hivi, whatever, right? Then Senate can bring the DPP, summon him and tell him, hey, listen, hii pesa, yes.
Can Senate summon an independent body?
Yes.
Someone.
It is
okay.
It is independent working for who? Who does he work for? For us, right?
Leo, you are really pushing me to read the constitution again, but ni sawa. Asante sana.
Read it.
Allow us tusikize watu wengine. Wacha tupose kwanza. Mama Kenya, maandamano pole, tumekimbishana hapa na Makiadi na Kenya Rebel, na hizi zimekuwa ni mbio za sakafuni, hata ukingoni hatuoni. But I'm sure you have something to say, especially from what you have heard us debate upon. So it's your time again.
Thank you, Jakes. Nasalimia Makiadi, tuko na yeye hapo mbeleni. Na kuna mtu mwingine hapo ameingia. Actually, huyu Kenya, thank you. Huyu Kenya revolutionary, I think he has time to defend undefendable. Ruto is undefendable. Na mimi nataka kuput this way. There is no time you will get footprints of Ruto or fingerprints of Ruto. Ruto, what he has a behavior of using either a company or some individuals. Sasa Rotich, hata vile ulikuwa unaona amenyamaza, alikuwa anajua mimi nimeingia kwa hii moto kwa sababu ya mtu fulani. That one I have no fear to say. Remember, even there was a time that ule mzee alisema wakakula. Alisema vizuri sana. Ati ameingiza mtoto wetu ndani ya shida. Mtoto ambaye amesoma, amehitimu, sasa hako kwa shida. I guess it was about that. Mimi nataka kusema hivi, Kenyan revolutionary. Please don't take us in circles. You have told us about the Senate. The Senate will not prosecute anybody. The Senate will listen and leave the matter to the institution ile ina deal na criminal offenses. Na hao ndio DPP. DPP atakupeleka, atafanya investigation yake mpaka akupeleke sasa faili yako kotini. Ndio sasa kesi iendelee. So, my point is, wacha kusema Ruto hakuwa involved in this. If we trace and we see that the money went to a company that he is also a member, and he has altered some words that it's only 7 billion, it's not 21 billion. This money stands that Ruto knows whereabouts and how much and what happened. Because you cannot talk of something that really you are not involved. And I'm coming to the same point that Ruto having said 7 billion, you have already put yourself that you are a witness of what happened. And yet, even that 7 billion, which is not a change in the pocket, it's a lot of money. He would have said where it is. Did they reveal where it is? No. What they were trying to do, they wanted to prove that the amount was not that much, but it was this much. Just in case they are caught, maybe. Or maybe he was trying to complicate the case by saying 7 billion. Because the treasury has already shown that the person who was there was put in by Ruto. So you Kenyan revolutionary, please, when you are talking about things and then you are taking us like we cannot do investigation and know what happened, or we know the process of how a case goes, we know where the case starts. It starts from the acts, the criminal act. So from there, the institution that is supposed to take the matter starts investigation from that criminal act. Kwa hivyo kesi yote imefanywa, mambo yote imepelekwa, but in judgment, those are people who can rule in whichever way. Anaweza sema hapa hamukuleta hii evidence, hata kama mlileta hii, hapa sioni vile huyu mtu alikuwa involved, kwa sababu yeye tu alisema na mdomo. You see, the judge can use any word to acquit somebody. And I'll give you a very good example of mine. I had a case, people stole things from my store. And when they stole it, I reported to police, and we are able to arrest the guy who was the caretaker of the area. And so when we arrested the guy, when he went to the police, when we took him to the police, he was told, you have to tell us where those things went. He said, I know where I sold, and I'll show you tomorrow. So it was in the evening, and we went in the morning. In the morning, he took us to the store, the shop that he sold these things. We got exhibits. We got some of the items, and the owner of the shop accepted that, yes, he sold me these things. And this guy accepted I stole these things. So the case was prepared. We went to court. When we went to court, and mark you, these things had my own marking. They didn't know that. So when we went there, we had the case, and case went on until the last minute. When the case was ended, now comes the judgment. The day of judgment. This is where I want you to understand, you guys, that judges can do any big error or maybe do a very good judgment on favor of whichever side he will favor. The problem what came is that we were told the case will be ruled at 10 o'clock. It was changed again. We were told we come at 2 o'clock. When we went there, remember, my things had marks of, they didn't know that I had marked my items. So the judgment, come to think, this guy has accepted that things were sold to him. The other guy said, yes, I stole and I sold things to this guy. The case closed. Now the judgment, the judge said in front of my eyes that the plaintiff, the case is over. The plaintiff did not see the guy stealing. I did not see the guy stealing. Come to think, we have all the evidence, we have everything. What do you think happened between the judge and the defendant? What happened? Why should the judge?
If I get you correctly, ma'am, you're saying that the case didn't go your way despite you having evidence and everything. Maybe,
Yes.
Maybe the judge was unable to link the criminal to the crime.
No. Already the thief, I'll call him the thief, I have accepted I stole. And the guy in the shop accepted that those things were sold to him because already we have got exhibit from his shop.
So there was already a confession from the
There is a confession that they have done it and everybody. But the judge did not rule on my favor. He ruled on the favor of the defendant.
Okay.
And those things, even having my marking or whatever, they were given to the defendant. What do you think happened?
Probably something happened and the judge changed his ruling.
And is that justice? Honestly? Because you need, we are talking about evidence, to bring evidence so that the judge can have his way of ruling the case. The evidence is there, and even the police were even shocked to see that I had the police with me when we were discovering these things, the exhibits. And we took those exhibits to the police, and they stayed there until the case was over, and they were brought in court for the final analysis. And the judgment was ruled against me. So there was always a play that is being done with these judges. And that is why I'm saying bribes comes always to the judges. Judges are there to sit and do the case accordingly. Because if I didn't have any evidence, this judge would have had a lot of hardship to rule the case, because it is a word against the word. My word against his word. But now everything was solved because exhibits were there and they have confessed. Why was it ruled? What I'm trying to drive this. hiyo kesi ya Kimwarer, hata kama kungekuwa na evidence overwhelming, kulingana na vile Kenya yetu iko sasa, sisi wananchi ndio tutaumia, kwa sababu pesa zetu zinafyonzwa na hawa watu ambao hawana huruma. Because if judges are there to sit and listen to a case, wasting people's time, wasting government money, taxpayers' money, and then they rule a case that you don't have evidence, or there's no enough evidence to rule, on favor of you being the plaintiff, it becomes ridiculous. So we will never have justice in our country as far as we are concerned right now. Everything has flopped, and we have seen all these big cases. They are winning. So where are we heading? Nowhere. So for this Kenyan revolutionary, whether you defend Ruto or you defend anybody of UDA, we know they are all criminals. They have committed all these crimes. But because we are powerless, we cannot talk to the judiciary to listen to us. Judiciary have been captured. Everywhere has been captured. The institution that can stand with Mwananchi, we are heading nowhere. So Kenyan revolutionary, you don't even have much to argue. Even if you keep quiet, this government, fake government, will continue doing evil things to Kenyans, and will not be able to solve this problem until the time they come to realize that we are bad guys and we should stop this. Otherwise, there is nothing we are doing. Revolutionary, you better relax. Don't even argue with us. We are angry because of those bad things happening in our country while we watch. And we know they are bad, they are evil, and let them continue. But one day, we'll get the power. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Kenya Maandamano. I'll be coming to you just now. Allow me to bring in Mzalendo. Now, Mzalendo, I begin with you, and I begin with you with this question. Even that for Waluke, he's still now a member of parliament, a convicted member of parliament, of course, now serving his appeal and all. But why is it in Kenya? No corruption case, if any, has ever reached its maturity, and we have culprits truly jailed, and of course we have a degree of justice. Why is it that when it comes to corruption in Kenya, justice has never been served?
Thank you, Jax. Good evening, Makiadi, Kenya Maandamano, Kamili, Kenya Rebel. I hope you're doing fine. I think the topic is corruption in Kenya, and how corruption fights back in our country. One thing, I was listening to the panelists here. They seem not to understand the role of the Senate. The Senate is to oversight the counties. That is the major role of the Senate. On inquiry about Aror Kimwarer Dam, that should be the work of Parliament. Parliament oversights any kind of transaction that goes through the executive. So Parliament has got a role, and in the event of this judgment, this erroneous judgment, we should have seen parliamentarians coming out to say that, or to open an inquiry about the issue of Kimwarer Dam. That is what Parliament, the people in Azimio, that is what they need to come out. And Parliament has got the solution to insist on an inquiry so that we know what happened to the public funds. Having said that, there's also another aspect that you might have ignored or not addressed. Money earmarked for development, for example, that huge amount of 65 billion US dollars is normally insured. There is an insurance that provides cover for that kind of amount. So we want to know if the insurance company is going to pay, or it is the Kenyan people that are going to pay this amount. If you follow up that case closely, there were 25 people who are actually summoned, who are actually suspects of that scandal. All of them have been acquitted. All the witnesses, including one Muya, attended the court but didn't even participate in the court session. The state prosecutor never presented any of the witnesses that were supposed to be presented in court. That is why the judiciary had to dismiss that particular case. One, because the state prosecutor failed in his bid. Whether there were some powers behind him, pushing him not to present the witnesses, that is another case. That's another case study of how officials who are paid by taxpayers can be manipulated. This is an issue of integrity. Now, what they are saying is that we have a new prosecutor who is going to take up the matter and possibly bring it back to court with some new, I don't know whether it will be new evidence or not. But the case of Kimwarer is a shock study of how corrupt our country is and how corrupt people can get away with huge amounts of money and go scot-free. And it also shows how shoddy the DPP and the DCI can be used by the government of the day to push their agenda. So this is something that we need to look into very, very keenly, because there is the DPP that is involved. Kinoti was also involved, and Haji was involved, and now the judiciary. The judiciary rules on cases according to the law and as per the cases that has been presented. If you read all those articles that you've been reading, there is no evidence that was brought to any of the court apart from what we see in press. The witnesses that the DPP was to present in court came to court and they refused to testify, and nothing was done about it, including Munya. So this is where we are as a country, unfortunately, and we are going to be in that hole for a very long time until we get our act right. I told you time and again, it is not the government that is corrupt alone. It is the citizens of the Republic of Kenya who are merely waiting for their turn to steal. They are also very, very corrupt. So the covering of this particular issue involves even the citizens of the Republic of Kenya, who are also very, very corrupt. It is not only the government, it is the citizens who are corrupt too. So it's something that we need to really look into and see whether we are on the right track. So I hope I I answered you in a bit about what has been happening. Yeah.
I have several questions that you have raised. Number one, you speak of you talk of an insurance insuring money. Of course, I'll look so much into it. But what do you mean when you said that if Aror money was insured, we ought to know if it is the insurer that will pay or it's Mwananchi? What did you mean by that? Before now, I ask you.
When you insure a certain loan earmarked for a project, so many things can happen. First, you are ensuring that whatever amount that is here is going to be for this particular project. Should anything happen to this amount of money, then the insurance company will pay for it.
Okay.
That is what happens. Yeah.
So we have lost some previous colossal amounts of actually billions in other syndicates. Could you have an idea if some insurance have helped pay or it's Mwananchi who pays when such money is lost? Because Kimwarer is just one. We have had other mega scandals worth billions, and I'm sure as well even those ones were equally insured.
I don't know which ones you are talking about.
There are many. If I would go back to the
most of the scandals I've had in Kenya have either been prosecuted and people gone to jail, or a lack of evidence like this one we are seeing, or the matter is still continuing like this one we are saying. So I heard the president saying that it's going to be restructured. So, I'm here to see that, but if you wanted me to know all the scandals and if they were being insured, then I would not have that knowledge.
Not really, because how Kimwarer is being prosecuted is not being prosecuted from the level of the insurance level. It's being prosecuted from the level of the loss, the level of
why
inflation.
I brought the insurance is because you did mention it. It is not happening in any of the talks. Nobody knew about the that money was insured. So they are only talking about the money that has been stolen. Nobody is addressing is the insurance company that insured this amount of this project. So those are the areas that you need to look into, find out if they are going to bail out the government.
Okay. To something else that you equally said. The witnesses came to court. Now, them coming to court, one, the person who ought to have asked them questions, or rather who ought to have directed the court, the role of these witnesses was the DPP. Now you have Akinamunya coming to court and the DPP refuses, because if you listen to the ruling, the DPP refused rather to ask them a question. So it's not the witness that failed to testify or refused to give their evidence. The DPP blatantly refused to kind of engage them in as much as what was their role or what they knew about the case at hand. Now, my question to you would be this: could the BPP have acted to sabotage the case in favor of the defendant, despite him being the prosecutor?
There are so many angles you want to look at it, depending on where you come from, or depending on your political affiliation.
How is politics in this case now? Okay, but anyway, go ahead. I'll come to the political part, but go ahead.
If you are reading malice, like if if this was happening last year before the elections, Aror would be saying that these are cases that are instigated to fight his people. I hope you heard that sometimes last year, that these cases of Kimwarer was cases that were instigated by the government of the day to fight some of his people or his appointment. If you are in government, in government, you would also want to look into the matter very, very deeply, either to fight your political opponent or to safeguard the interest of the taxpayer. So there are three scenarios here. There's a scenario of a government. We are assuming that the government then, or the government then of Uhuru Kenyatta, wanted to safeguard the interest of the taxpayers' money, of which money was lost in Kimwarer. Even as Ruto came on camera and said the amount that was being said is not actually the amount that was stolen. He had some figures. There. So he knew that the amount that was stolen was this much, and whatever was being said was a speculation. That is what he knew. So a good journalism, maybe the fourth estate should have gone further to investigate Ruto and ask him, where he came up with these figures and why he has not gone to court, or why he has not gotten lawyers to defend some of his people. Because this money, and again, they also claim that this money is still there. It is still there, although some is missing, but the big amount is still there. So this story of Aror Kimwarer, there is somebody who just knows the truth. For us, we'll continue speculating. The courts have already dismissed the case because of lack of proper evidence. So kazi yetu ni speculate. What we are doing here is just speculating and assuming that the money is in somebody's bank account, or the money could be in treasury, or half of it could be in treasury, or it was even paid back. So we never know.
Okay. I want to play a clip, which will be almost my second last clip. Now, this clip will answer your question of what journalists would have done to really find out what Ruto meant by the 7 billion in question, not the 21, because this is something he kind of dealt, or rather, he kind of dived into and explained thoroughly what he meant. And he gave an analogy of that he works in the government, he knows how the government operates, and that's why he was able to speak of the 7 billion, because he was speaking from a level of know, not from a level of speculation. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen in. This was during a devolution conference of 2019, and he was responding to Raila Odinga, who the previous day had raised issues in as much as Kimwarer and Arror were concerned. So listen in, even as we come back with more discussions with Mzalendo. Okay, so here we go.
The former Prime Minister asked some legitimate questions about matters to do with dams and what my interest is in the dams, and why I know all the figures in these dams. It's a legitimate. It's a legitimate. I mean, it's fair. I mean, it's important. And you see, in my other life, when I was younger, I was a herds boy. And I first looked after sheep. Then I graduated, I looked after calves. Then I graduated and looked after cows. It was a cardinal expectation that if you're looking after cows or sheep or calves, you must account. You must know which cow is sick. And when you bring the cows home or the sheep home in the evening, you must know the number. And of course, you cannot discuss dams in absolute. That is the reason why I follow numbers. And as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, I would be reckless. And I would have failed in my job if I didn't pay attention to numbers. So the question that I am being asked is actually a hyena asking a herdsman, what is your interest in your herd? And why do you know the number of the livestock you are keeping? Honestly, why wouldn't a herdsman have an interest in the herd he's keeping and the number? Some of these propagandists are so notorious and brazenly incorrigible that sometimes they cannot even remember the last lie they told. This is the unfortunate and reckless politicization of the war on graft. And you, who are engaged in this charade, are the biggest single threat to the fight against corruption. And in fact, you are the ugly face of impunity.
Okay. That was William Ruto trying to explain why he knew it's 7, not 21. He gave an analogy of a man knowing his sheep, the number of sheep he has, those that are sick, and all that. So he was trying to explain that he knew the figures, he knew the numbers, he knew what the money in question, because as he says, he's a man interested with numbers. Okay, very well. Now, let's take, for instance, Mr. Mzalendo, the number is number 7, yeah? Given that the DP then, who is the president now, is a man interested with the number. This 7, is it money that was accounted for? Can we really get the records? Because that would have helped this case. Bring the records to vindicate or to acquit this person properly so that his name can be cleared, right? Why didn't this, if truly this case justice was seen to be done, why didn't we hear about the 7 billion that the DP, who is the president now, was talking about? If truly the question that we ought to have asked was not 21 but the 7, why didn't we get even a report of this 7 billion?
Well, what you're asking is above my pay grade. It is up to the investigating authorities to have followed the DP's figures. So I would be speculating, or I would be lying, or I would be just trying to make a conversation because I am not very sure of who should have been responsible to investigate somebody floating out some figures there. And whatever he had floated, whether it is criminal, I don't know whether you look at that as criminal or who should have investigated the DP for floating that figure, which would have probably been contradicting what his government is putting out there. Yeah.
Now I'm asking you because this is a person who was meant to step down, right? He served under Uhuru and Ruto's government, and he featured loudly. Rotich featured loudly in the list of shame that Uhuru Kenyatta presented. And after investigations and all, and after his name came out that he was involved in this issue, he stepped down, paving way for investigation, and now, of course, he was charged. Now, William Ruto came out strongly to defend him, as much as the other side seemed not to have agreed with him. He came out saying that I know the numbers, I know the figures. It is not 21, it's 7. And he says he is in the government, or rather, he was speaking from kinda a government angle. Truly, if this was criminal, why didn't we see either side, either from the defense or the prosecution, trying to bring this form of argument that one, in any case, the number that we should be talking about is not 65 or 63 or even 21, it should be 7, because the government has has all the figures well accounted for, as the DP is saying, and the money in question is this, and this is how it has been used, because William Ruto equally said that no money had been misappropriated. So from where you sit, I'm asking you, shouldn't there have been a situation where this amount would have been explained from either side, either from the defense or from the prosecution side?
You know, that's why I told you the people who are concerned, the people who are pushing for this prosecution, I should have taken the matter up and refuted what Ruto was presenting then. If they didn't do it, then they had a reason not to do it, or they probably knew that he was saying the truth. I would want to look at the right bodies that are in charge of corruption. What is the EACC report saying? What is the Auditor General report saying? That will give you an informed argument about the issue of Kimwarer. If you don't have those, if we don't have those facts, then we will just be speculating. So we needed to have known what the Auditor General is saying, because she's a professional. That is what she's trained to do, to crunch the numbers. If she could crunch the numbers on behalf of the Kenyan people who have employed them, then that would have been a very, very good arguing point, and looked at what Ruto was saying vis-a-vis what the Auditor General is saying. Yeah.
Now, my last question is, of course, what I'm reflecting on your screens. I ask you this: with this case falling, with this case being thrown out, and with Rotich being acquitted, does it expose our agencies of being incompetent or of not being truly independent to the level that they can act independently, prosecute cases without probably outside interference, without the hand of anyone being seen in some cases? Are our state agencies, are our organs, both the justice organ, the prosecution organ, the DCI, the DPP, the EACC, as you have rightfully said, does this case, with how it has ended, does it expose our agencies to be incompetent, or probably they can be used to score political points?
Of course, the DPP's office, those are state appointments. The DCI, those are state appointments. They can only be used by the government of the day. They have been used by the government of the day. And Ruto's government is not an exception. They are used to harass people going about their own business, people who are anti-government or people who they perceive against the government. Uhuru used it, Moi used it, Kenyatta used it to an extent that they even execute those who are against the government. So these are offices that have been used before because first, they don't have some oversight, people, another body that is supposed to oversee what they're doing. IPOA is supposed to see what the police is doing, but IPOA is, again, another toothless organ. We have the judiciary. Judiciary, I believe, to a large extent in Kenya today, apart from just being disorganized, it is trying to do the right thing. Although there are few judges who are corrupt within the judicial system, but the judiciary is oversighted very, very well. And most of the magistrates and the judges, whatever judgment that they present, they know that there is a repercussion because they are under a body called the Judicial Service Commission. So, so at least, you know, they have got some fear that if we do this, then we have LSK, we have the civil society, we have the Judicial Service Commission, you know, so there is some fear that they need to do the right thing. I am not saying that then there are no rotten apples in that basket. There are some rotten apples. And again, Jakes, when a case doesn't go your way, that does not prove that the judiciary is compromised. Look at the finance bill. When it was thrown out by the courts, we gave praise to the judiciary. So you only give praise when it is on your side, when it's leaning on your side. That's why justice it's an ass. It cuts both ways. It can cut you on the other side and cut on the other side too. So when it's leaning on your side, it is okay. When it is against you, then they are compromised.
Okay. But then again, in this case, the judge didn't seem to kind of say she's acquitting because out of merit of the defense having proven that there was no case, or out of the defense really arguing their point. It ruled that it had acquitted because of shoddy part of the DPP. In fact, it says that DPP acted in a way suggestive that he was working very hard to have an acquittal. So really, from where we sit, we might maybe say we are not really bashing the judgment, because the judge herself equally said that this was a shame to the criminal justice department, and equally she said she would seek more redirect from the AG's office, because honestly you cannot have a DPP prosecute a case like that, you know. So in a nutshell, the judgment really was not what we anticipated. This is almost a judgment that is not well polished, in the sense that we are not sure if is Rotich guilty, is Rotich innocent. He has just been acquitted, and of course the judge cited she has acquitted him because of Article 210 of the DPP failing to fully issue, or rather present a case that has evidence, that has that is easy to judge, you know, as per Article 210. Now, my question to you is this: you have said that we shouldn't bash the courts when they give a ruling that doesn't favor us. But in this case, this ruling, who did it really favor? Because yeah, it in some way it favored Rotich, but the judge kind of threw under the bus the DPP, right? So Mwananchi cannot really say it's something they're bashing the judges. In any case, they're even bashing the DPP. But this is a case that was a high-profile case, and the seriousness it deserved wasn't given to it. So I don't know how you correlate those arguments that we shouldn't bash judges when they give some rulings.
Judges act upon the evidence presented before them. They don't act on hearsays. They act on the case before them. In this case, the DPP did not have any witness before them. In this case, the DPP, the prosecutor, did not interrogate any witness, despite having more than 30 witnesses to testify in this particular case. And remember, those were state witnesses who failed for one reason or another and not to be presented by the state prosecutor. This case was the state of the Republic of Kenya against Rotich. Yes.
Okay. Now, still matters court, even as we finalize this show. Other news that also made headlines was this sentencing of Bwana Kenodia. You remember the guy who asked a student of Moi University because of love gone wrong, and he killed her, and the court sentenced Kenodia to 40 years in jail. Here, do you feel justice was served?
I'm not a judge or a magistrate or a
Just your
lawyer.
opinion. Do you feel that justice was served?
Justice was served because he got 40 years in jail. The reason why he probably got 40 years could have been manslaughter. Could have been. It was not a premeditated murder. He didn't plan for it. It just happened. There is something called premeditated murder. Something I planned for so many years to kill you. That it takes you for life. But if I kill you like you have annoyed me and I kill you because you have provoked my anger, then that is now takes another toll. Then there is also my state of mind by the time I was killing you. Was I intoxicated? Was I acting normal? Or was I under any other influence? There are so many things that judges look into before they pass a sentence. So you need to have really followed this case. Believe you me, we cannot pass the judgment in 2 minutes on a freak. This is something that has taken over 5 years to prosecute and to come up with that sentence.
Okay. Maybe I can read just kidogo for the sake of our viewers that the court, of course, had sentenced Naftali Njami Kenodia to 40 years in prison for the brutal murder of the Moi University medical student Ivy Wangeshi after a 4-year trial. Mr. Kenodia, who is 33, was found guilty on October 26th. The murder occurred outside Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in the morning of April 2019. Justice Stephen Githinji, who had presided over the trial before his transfer to Milimani High Court, said that the prosecution had proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. In his ruling, the judge dismissed a request by Kenodia's advocate, Wakobi Madenge, who had asked for a non-custodial sentence. The circumstances of this case do not invite sympathy. The accused denied the deceased a chance to go on with life, and she would have graduated as a doctor. Of course, that was the argument of the judge, and he equally said that this ought to have received an eye for an eye kind of ruling or judgment, and of course, that's why he handed the 40 years imprisonment. Of course, another matter, Mzalendo, that is interesting still in court, that the ruling was supposed to be done, I think, yesterday, or today, but was pushed to January 26, was that of Jackie Maribe and Joey. Of course, the court found that Joey and Maribe have a case to answer. Yeah, I know we are not supposed to discuss matters live in court, but um, finally, the slain lady will get her day in court, and the ruling was meant to happen this December. It was pushed earlier on because the judge said she was sick. Today, she still pushed it to January 26. But my question is this: when you look at murder cases in Kenya, um, we equally have that for Obado still in court. Murder cases in Kenya, they seem to be taken seriously than corruption cases. What do you think?
It depends on who is murdered.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on who is murdered, and it depends on the prominence. There are so many murder cases that are dragging in court for the longest time, and you know why the issue is taken seriously. Just to answer you straight up, is because it involves human life. You can never judge somebody in 2 months. You're going to take away his life. You're going to separate him from his family, friends for the rest of his life. So you really have to investigate thoroughly, come to a conclusion that this particular culprit is guilty as charged. They also have a day in court. They have to exhaust all their appeals. Yeah, so they have to exhaust all the avenues that are open to them. So that is the reason why murder cases in Kenya, you see, are taken more seriously because first, the prominence. The prominence is because for Jackie Maribe, she's a public figure, and some of them are for Okothobado. She is a politician. The person murdered was brutally murdered by whoever did it. So these cases must be exhausted so that both parties get justice.
Okay. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, this was the show I promised you, and thank you very, very much. Now, with that, we come to the end of the show. And I choose to thank you all, our viewers and all our listeners. You guys made the show possible. Thank you for your time that you took to participate in the conversation. Either by your comment, they were many. Oh my goodness, they were a lot. They were coming in thick and fast. Some were really filled with nice sentiments, especially, and also with legal. Legal sentiments that were even difficult. So you guys did a very good job. I want to thank in particular Goodyear for being always outstanding. Asante sana Goodyear. Ninamuona Neo Rotik alikuwa ndani. Asante sana. Naona nani hapa? Namuona jamaa alijiita sorry, I'm trying to go up because the messages are so many, but I'm really grateful for your participation. Asante sana for the time you took to participate. It was awesome. You guys made it amazing, and I'm so equally grateful for that. You guys are just but amazing. Asante sana jamaa, or rather lady, unajita ba 0970. We sawa. Asante sana kwa maoni yako, tuliyaona kwa njia nzuri na safi kabisa. Thank you very much. Wamboi Jacobs, I see you. Thank you very, very much. Kenya Digital and many who participated in this show. Bwana Makiadi, Bwana Leo, Bwana Mzalendo, Madam Maandamano Kamili, Mr. Kenya Rebel, and many who participated in the panelist. Asante sana. To you who liked the video, thank you very much. From Zuru Kenya to Jalas Fencing Services to Leo TV, and many who participated, even by watching. You guys are just but amazing. Allow me to say thank you very, very much. As usual, this show comes to you 10 p.m. Kenyan time. You can always also recap our previous shows and equally get entertained and informed. We promised you to always give you content that will inform you, entertain you, and above all, keep you updated. Thank you very, 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 very much. Tomorrow being a weekend, we have another awesome edition for you. Please keep tabs with us. Come in at around 10. You can be assured we'll have something interesting for you. So subscribe to Africa 24 so that search cannot bypass you whenever we are on. You will always be notified, and you can be able to catch us live whenever we have search and this show is happening. Thank you very, 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 very much. May the very be many, because you guys are just very, very wonderful. Asante sana. See you tomorrow. God keep you, and as I've always told you, may your name be mentioned in right places. Blessiwe tu sana. See you tomorrow. See you definitely when you see me. This has been your host, Jake, the moderator. This has been Africa 24. Bye-bye. See you. Kesho ni siku, Bye-bye.